Starts right now.
Live from Minute Maid Park in Houston, Texas, Comcast Sportsnet brings you Houston Astros baseball. Tonight, it's Game 2 of this 4-game wraparound weekend series. The Astros taking on the Texas Rangers in the battle for the Silver Boot. Good evening, everybody. Bill Brown and Alan Ashby. The Astros built a lead last night. The Texas Rangers ran all over them in the late innings. That's a theme that has played out all too often for the guys in the Astros clubhouse, Ash.
Tough theme to deal with, too, for the Astros. Offense has been just good enough early in ball games to hold them in the game, sometimes take a lead, but when that bullpen lets it get away, I think it takes you home with a really rough feeling on the night.
Starting pitchers have done well over this last stretch of games. Tonight's starter will be Brad Peacock. He had a good start, but a tough loss last Sunday in Minnesota.
Great outing, and the breaking pitches were working well. That's the curveball from Brad Peacock that he used considerably, getting Joe Mauer right there, very good hitter. But he also had the slider. He had the over-the-top fastball. He's got a gem of a repertoire of stuff. That fastball in the mid-90s can really stand up in the big leagues.
His battery mate, Jason Castro, remains in that lineup every day because opposing pitchers have a hard time getting him out. He's got a 9-game hitting streak to tie his career high, and it's a powerful streak.
I guess it is tough to get him out. 371 the clip in the 9 games. This streak began back in Baltimore, the game in which Castro hit the grand slam. So that accounts for some of the RBIs that you saw there, 9 of them. Jason Castro has been picking up hits all over the place during this span. Of course, the double is a big part of what he does. 4 doubles in the span. A couple of long balls, including the grand slam. This, the big bomb to right center last night. Second tank, and it makes guys say, wow, when he hit one like this.
Coming up, Derek Holland goes to the mound tonight for the Rangers. Julia will have an update on Jonathan VR in just a moment.
on Comcast Sportsnet. Game 2 of this 4-game series between the Astros and the Rangers, and we'll have lineups coming up for you shortly. But a sneak peek: Jake Elmore will be starting at shortstop for the Astros. That's because Jonathan VR continues to be out with a left thumb strain. It happened Tuesday night against the Boston Red Sox when he was sliding headfirst on this play into third. That night he was going 2 for 2 and recording his first Major League RBI, but injury forcing him out. MRI is negative, and today the skipper said since the injuries to his left hand, he's still having problems batting right. So with 2 southpaws going the next 2 nights, we might not see the shortstop for a couple more days.
I'm just going to give him a little extra time. It's it's his left hand that it probably will be give him more trouble hitting right-handed than left-handed. And with the lefty going today and tomorrow, the notion was more so give him another 2 days to just let it, get treatment and heal. And hopefully by Monday, he's not dealing with any ill effects at all.
The Astros would love to get their speedy shortstop back in the lineup. He leads all Major League rookies with 10 steals this year, and one of the most exciting plays of the year is when he stole home in Baltimore, so they would love to see him back sooner than later. And if this means anything, I asked him about an hour ago how that thumb was feeling, and he held his left thumb up in the air to tell me that he's okay, so that's a good sign. Coming up, VR will watch his teammates take on the Rangers. Brad Peacock on the mound. Game 2. We'll have you lineups and first pitch coming up next.
Is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com. And by your local Toyota dealer. Toyota, let's go places. Folks going places, they're looking all around. They have a good vantage point. And as they look down on the field, they have seen the Astros take the field for this Saturday night encounter with the Texas Rangers. Rangers have had their way in this season series. They are 8-2 against the Astros. They've beaten Houston 27 times in the last 34 games. And they are 50-32 in the all-time series. Nonetheless, that's not going to enjoy those folks' view. And Brandon Barnes hit one up close to that area last night. A tape measure shot as the Astros built a 4-2 lead, only to lose to Texas 9-5. Here's the starting lineup now for the Rangers, who are in a virtual first-place tie with Oakland in the AL West. Leonis Martin is the leadoff man and center fielder. It's Elvis Andrus at shortstop, Ian Kinsler at second base, Adrian Beltre at third, A.J. Brzezinski the catcher. Newcomer Alex Rios, just acquired in a trade with the Chicago White Sox, makes his Rangers debut in right field. It's Mitch Moreland at first base, Jurickson Profar the designated hitter, David Murphy in left field.
Brad Peacock on the hill for the Astros tonight. That last start was a number of highs for him in his career to this point. 7 innings, a high. The 10 strikeouts, also a career high. And he was just flat out really good in that game against the Minnesota Twins. Brad Peacock trying to build on that one strong outing as a starter. Defensively for Houston tonight, behind the dish, once again Jason Castro. Around the infield, Brett Wallace, Jose Altuve, Jake Elmore, and Matt Dominguez. In the outfield, Brandon Barnes trying to flex muscles again. And right, L.J. Hosen doing a nice job, and Robbie Grossman in left field.
And with the sunlight streaming through those panels and a lot of the field in the shade, it's kind of a combination of sun and shade for Brad Peacock. Leonis Martin leads it off. Martin takes the first pitch, and it's ball 1. Phil Cuzzi is the home plate umpire. Martin starts tonight at 278. He has 6 homers. He's driven in 26. He was 1 for 5 last night. That hit was a 2-run double in the 8th inning. Fastball fouled away, 1-1, and Peacock faces Texas for the first time in his career. Cuzzi, Chris Guccione, Ron Culpa, and Tom Hallion are the umpires.
Get a little glimpse at that fastball of Brad Peacock there, well placed at 94.
And he drops a curve, but that's out of the zone for Martin, making it a 2-ball 1-strike count. The Astros got an excellent start last night from Eric Bedard against the Rangers. He gave up 3 runs in 6 2/3, left with the lead. Texas came roaring back with 1 in the 7th, 4 in the 8th, and 2 in the 9th to win it 9-5. Slapped up the middle. Elmore comes after it and throws to Wallace. 1 out for Peacock.
Of late, Jake Elmore much more accurate with his throws. He'll do a lot of that little sidearm to submarine kind of toss, but he has been on the money with it.
Elvis Andrus is the batter. Elvis is having a very nice road trip for the Texas Rangers, and the Rangers on this trip have had plenty of success. They are now 6-1. 261 for Elvis, no homers. Elvis has not left the building in quite a while, but he has 36 runs batted in. And this road trip has been a 367 hitter. There's strike 1 to Andrus. Andrus had a bunt single last night in 5 at-bats. He has a 4-game hitting streak. Peacock gets a call there, and it snowballs 2 strikes. Brad 1-4 with that 7.25 ERA, but the numbers belie how well he's been pitching lately. A lot of that, of course, at AAA Oklahoma City. He's had just 1 start since he was recalled, and that was that good one, but the 3-2 loss in Minnesota last weekend. It's 1-2. Nonetheless, as Brad allowed just 4 hits and 3 runs in 7 innings, striking out 10, that might have been a confidence builder for this game tonight. Curveball bounces up there, and it's a 2-ball 2-strike count.
Yeah, Brownie, you talk about the lack of home runs for Elvis Andrus. Rather surprising now. It's not a guy, Andrus, who hits a lot of home runs in the past, but does have 14 in his career. Just not a single one leaving the yard this year.
That's in there for strike 3. Andrus caught looking for out number 2. And he backs away from home plate.
This type of command will go a long way with this fastball for Brad Peacock. You put it out there on that black area, and umpires are almost forced to call that at some point.
2 outs, and it's Ian Kinsler batting now. Kinsler's on a 4-game hitting streak. Ian in last night's game had 2 hits and 2 walks. He reached base the last 4 times up. Peacock comes right in at 94. There's strike 1 to Kinsler. 273 for Ian, 10 homers. He's driven in 48.
Watching this good low riding 4-seam fastball from Peacock reminds me a bit of another guy a little while back.
Fly ball goes out to right field. L.J. Hoes. Who would be that guy?
Well, I was talking about man, now I can't think of his name all of a sudden. Astros starting pitcher. We'll get to that when we come back.
All right. Rangers nothing. Astros due up. Come up. Bo Porter's lineup card will begin with left fielder Robbie Grossman. L.J. Hose is in right field with Jose Altuve at second base. Cleanup man is catcher Jason Castro. He's followed by DH Chris Carter, third baseman Matt Dominguez, first baseman Brett Wallace, center fielder Brandon Barnes, and shortstop Jake Elmore.
And the left-hander Derek Holland on the mound for these Texas Rangers. He's a good one in 23 starts. Nice numbers at 9 and 6, 302 earning. Left-hand hitters, though, handle him reasonably well, actually better than the right-hand hitters this year.
Robbie Grossman gets it started, and the switch hitter will try to start a brand new hitting streak. His 10-game streak was stopped last night by the Rangers. He went 0 for 5. That's strike one to Robbie. Since his recall from AAA Oklahoma City, you see his numbers for the season, but since his recall, he's hit .415.
By the way, quickly, Brownie, the name I wanted to come up with and couldn't for some reason, Jordan Lyles. And I was thinking about back when he was having success earlier this year.
Ball to Andrews. And you had that. Oh, there's the dig out by Mitch Moreland. He had that little downward plane action going there.
He did with that four-seam fastball. Get to that in a moment. The defense tonight for these Texas Rangers. A.J. Pierzynski behind the plate. He plays almost every day. Around the infield, Mitch Moreland, Ian Kinsler, Elvis Andrus, and Adrian Beltran in the outfield. Center fielder, Leonis Martin, flanked by the newcomer, Alex Rios in right, and David Murphy in left field. But yet, Jordan Lyles was spotting that just riding fastball around the knees, and right now he's throwing a lot of two-seamers, moving all over, and I'd love to see him kind of settle back in with that four-seamer.
Strike to L.J. Hose. Jordan Lyles is there watching, and he may be available later on this series in relief depending on how things go with a six-man rotation. 1 ball, 1 strike, 265 for Hose with 2 runs batted in. Last night LJ had a pair of hits and scored 2 runs, going 2 for 5 in the game with a single and a double. He was 4 for 10 in the Boston series. Holland gets a swing and a miss there for strike 2. Holland is 1-1 lifetime against Houston with an ERA of 5.5. As Ash mentioned, a talented left-hander, just 26 years old. It's 2-2, and he has put together a very good run lately, including his last start, which was a 4-0 win at Oakland on Sunday, with 8 innings of shutout ball, 7 quality starts in his last 8. 3-2 for Holland, shooting for win number 10 of the year. His ERA is 9th lowest in the American League. For Derek Holland out of Newark, Ohio, 25th round draft choice in '06 by the Rangers. That's a high strike call. Out number 2.
A few of the would-be umpires here in the ballpark not liking the call, but right up around that belt buckle, trying to hit the inside edge, that combination that most hitters don't like. You can see as it went by, though, right near the belt buckle.
Holland has the first 2 outs. He'll face Jose Altuve next. Altuve at 283 has 4 homers. He's driven in 39. Altuve had a nice game last night with 3 hits, 2 runs batted in. And strike 1 to him. Jose has a new career high for runs batted in a season. 1-1. Bo Porter's club put together some decent offense against Matt Garza last night. 2 homers, 3 consecutive doubles, had a 4-2 lead going to the 7th inning. But Garza wound up the winning pitcher. It's 1-2. Altuve has hit .299 since the All-Star break. Fouls that one away. Nolan Ryan came in for this game. He and his son Reed were on the field before the game tonight. So Garza there, 7 innings, giving up 4 runs. He's on the right. Yu Darvish on the left will get the start Monday afternoon in the 110 series finale.
Garza was in the hear no evil mode there for a moment.
Yeah. Altuve looks at strike 3. A couple of called third strikes for Derek Holland and a scoreless first inning. Now for the Geico quote from Astros general manager Jeff Luhnow on young pitchers. You never know what you're going to get until they perform on this stage at this level. Sometimes it takes 2 or 3 trips to the big leagues to figure out what the player is going to be. And as he watches Brad Peacock, Brad was the number 4 starter to open the season for the Astros, and his win came in his 2nd start as an Astro. That was April 10th at Seattle, as he beat the Mariners 8-3. And then after he made 5 starts, he worked out of the bullpen once and then went back down, came back up for 3 relief appearances and really looked good in those 3 outings, but went back down to start again at Oklahoma City. And as he came back, he had a good bit of success behind him. Adrian Beltre takes his fastball. There's strike 1 to a man with a 7-game hitting streak. Now Beltre hits 4th, but he's leading the league currently in hits. He's 4th in batting average at .321. He has 147 hits.
Take that look at those low riding fastballs from Peacock. Those stand up very well for me, and I just think his stuff has a chance of being really good. I felt the same way about Jordan Lyles, and I'd love to see him come back to this type of pitch.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Beltre has fattened his numbers against Astros pitching this season. With 15 hits and 42 at bats, he's hit .357 against Houston. 4 homers, 9 runs batted in. Beltre hits it to center field. Brandon Barnes comes in for it. 1 out. Take a look at the trend of Brad Peacock. He broke out that slider in his last start, and that seemed to really confound the Minnesota Twins.
Utilized the slider once there on the leadoff man here in the 2nd, Adrian Beltre. He's got a good one. It's a good, tight, legit slider. But he's got the other pitches. They're all good, and for the moment, using a lot of fastballs.
Now A.J. Pierzynski. 275, 12 homers. He's driven in 45 runs. He fouls that one back. A.J. had a couple of hits and drove in a run in last night's game.
95 on that leadoff heater.
Peacock has a major league record of 3-4. Breaking ball is tapped foul. His ERA 5.63. As he's worked his way back now to rejoin this rotation, which is currently a 6-man rotation. Stuff has played very well last time out. If he can get good numbers again tonight against this Texas Ranger club, he could be on his way toward a good finish to the season. In the dirt for ball 1. Rangers are 8th in runs scored in the American League. And they're far from where they were numerically a year ago. But Ron Washington's club, with a 66-50 record, has won 5 in a row. And 10 of the last 11. Altuve was out in shallow right field. He comes in and he used just about all the time he had to get Pierzynski 2 outs.
Pierzynski not known for speeding down the line, and that was close.
There's the picture of the AL West. 50 losses for both the Rangers and the Athletics. And the Rangers now with 1 more win, so they're taking a half-game lead. Let's see what Oakland did today. They lost to Toronto 5-4, so that's the reason the Rangers have moved atop the division. Here's Alex Rios. First at bat as a Ranger. Strike 1. Rios with the Toronto Blue Jays, Chicago White Sox previously. At .277 this year, has 12 homers. He's driven in 55. 9-game hitting streak for Rios as he joins his new ball club. 0-2.
Josh Reddick has heated up for the Oakland A's, and that could be bad news for Texas Rangers fans. A couple more home runs for Reddick today, 5 in the last couple of games.
Yeah. Tried to check his swing, and Rios on the appeal to first base umpire Chris Guccione did check it. It's 1-2.
That was the slider you just mentioned with the graphic of how much he's throwing it of late, and he's got a good one.
Rios was traded for a player to be named later. It's 2-2. And it's been speculated that that player will be Leury Garcia, but he hasn't cleared waivers yet. Rios has been hitting .324 during his 9-game hitting streak. Good athlete. Now 3-2 for Brad Peacock.
Tall and thin, and that might belie some power that he has. He can really drive it.
And with Nelson Cruz having a good year, the Rangers are certainly hoping that Rios continues his recent hitting. He draws a 2-out walk here and becomes the first base runner in the game with Mitch Moreland to follow. Well, Rios runs well. He has 26 stolen bases in 32 attempts, tied for 6th in the American League in steals. Moreland at 247 comes up with 16 homers, 45 runs batted in. Mitch came off the bench last night. He was 0 for 1 with a walk. Astros starting the lefty Bedard, so Jeff Baker, a right-handed hitter, was the first baseman last night.
Watching Moreland in batting practice today from this left side, looked like he was trying to take advantage of the Crawford boxes time after time in left field.
Well, we've seen many opposing hitters come in here and do that. And of course, Lance Berkman did it many times when he was with the Astros, but he's not with the Rangers right now, just beginning a rehab assignment at AAA Round Rock tonight. In the air, and third baseman Matt Dominguez comes over to watch it drift out of play. Strike one to Moreland. Well, for Lance, it's been a very difficult stretch with an injured knee and hip. And the injury happened in a weird way, not on the field, but getting off the team airplane. On that jetway, the portable stairs, they were apparently not anchored very well, moving around, and he fell. That's a strike, and that makes it 0-2 to Moreland. Moreland has hit in his last 8 starts.
Bit of a high strike right here. We saw one called earlier. This one certainly well above the belt buckle, and
yeah,
probably not a strike that is going to be popular with either dugout.
Well, but let's get out the rule book.
Yeah, I'm good with that too.
He takes ball one.
Up underneath those letters, right?
Yeah. Midpoint of the chest.
Yeah, there was some sounding off from that Texas Rangers dugout immediately upon that strike call.
Well, Moreland has snapped out of an 0 for 23 to have hits in 8 straight starts, 346 in those games. Rios does not have a huge lead. And it's inside. Hey, speaking of the rule book, got a good story for you. 2-2 the count. About our old buddy Matt Galante, former Astros coach.
One of the best.
Yeah.
One of the best, and working with infielders, none better.
Would you say he knew the rules very well?
I would say so, yes.
The stories about Matt and the rules. But with 2 strikes and 2 outs in the inning, it will not be told. All right, here's a shot. Matt's son Paul came into town for a luncheon today, and he told us that Matt is now a volunteer assistant high school baseball coach.
Yeah, good for Matt.
Yeah, just having fun, going back to the roots, coaching the kids. Very noble. Elmore with the throw to first, and just start a story with 2 outs and 2 strikes. You know you're not going to finish it. No score after 1-1.
their series against the Rangers tomorrow and Monday. Don't miss your chance to see the Lone Star rivalry for the last time at Minute Maid Park this season. Call 1-877-9-ASTROS or visit astros.com to get your Silver Boot Series tickets. Guys.
Oh, very nice. Nothing like the Silver Boot, which is on display here at Minute Maid Park for this series. Jason Castro leads it off. He had another big night last night. Castro takes ball one. Jason with 14 homers, 44 runs batted in, has a .270 batting average. After going deep last night, he also had an RBI double, 2 for 4 with a walk in that game. 9-game hitting streak for Jason, tying his career high, and it's 1-1. And there's where the hits have been going lately.
All over is where they've been going. Doubles down the lines typically. You can see the home runs. They're rather easy to pick out. But yeah, he uses the whole field. And left field tends to be a big part of what Jason Castro does. But when you pitch him in, he'll turn it and yank it to right.
Holland throws a strike. That makes it 1-2. Well, Jason was among 3 Astros who attended the Texas Italian American Sports Foundation luncheon today. He's hit 188 against lefties. Taps that one foul. Yeah, he was there, and Brett Wallace and Brandon Barnes, and they were all very helpful in handing out scholarship awards to a lot of high school athletes today. Very nice function at Damien's. And that's where we caught up with Paul Galante. And back to the story about Matt Galante.
My goodness, I've been dying waiting to hear the rest of this.
2-2. Well, Matt Galante knew the rules. Of course, backwards and forwards. So in Major League Baseball, pitcher is not to release the ball. The umpire calls a balk. He throws the pitch. Batter hits it. Ball in play. As long as the batter and every base runner advance at least one base, that takes precedence over the ball. Well, there's a deep drive last night. No balk call factoring in on Castro's 14th homer of the year. So this happened in a high school game. Matt Galante was involved, and umpire called a balk. Batter hit the ball for Matt Galante's team. He got to second base. Umpire says no. Balk was called. Ball is dead.
Not true.
Matt went out to argue. The umpire said, "You don't know the rules."
Did he know who he was talking to?
Well, no, he didn't know, but the umpire was right because the rule in high school is different. And the ball is dead on a balk in high school.
You're crushing us all, Brownie.
Yeah.
Where do the high school rules get off changing things like that?
There's a liner, and off the glove of Andrus. He couldn't hold it. Too hot to handle. Castro ripped it on through into center field.
I think I'd check that glove and see if the webbing got just completely split out. This line drive had that wicked look to it as it was slicing in that direction. Ball that should have been caught at the big league level, but let's give a little praise for that kind of line shot. Watch as this ball takes off. It looks like the golf ball that's slicing, and Elvis Andrus maybe didn't want that one all the way. He's been charged with an error. That's a little tough.
His 12th error of the year for Elvis Andrus. Chris Carter was strike one, the designated hitter, with a .209 average, has 19 homers, 52 runs batted in.
Look, I'll be the first to say on the big league level that play should have been made. But when a ball's hit like that, for me, that's probably a hit.
Foul back, and it's 0-2 to Carter. Carter last night was 0 for 3. He was hit by a pitch. And for Chris, it's been a struggle to make contact lately, especially, as you might have noticed on the earlier graphic. 2 for his last 31. Leads the league in strikeouts with 151 now, and down to a 158 average at home. He rocks this one to left field. That'll boost that average as that one reaches the wall, and then here's the throw into second. Whoa, that'll hold him at first on a long single by Carter. He nailed the 0-2 pitch off the wall and left, getting Castro to third base on a long single.
Had Chris Carter barreled this ball, I think the carry would take it on out to the seats. I don't think he quite got it to the barrel, but he is so strong he can still put it up on that wall easily.
Very well played by David Murphy.
Chris Carter might have been in no man's land right here with a quick return to first.
Now it's first and third, nobody out. And Matt Dominguez gets the shot. Dominguez fouls it back. There's strike one. Matt with 14 homers, 55 runs batted in, leads the club in runs batted in, and he's hitting .230, but he's over his last 14. Holland delivers there, and it's a 1-ball, 1-strike count. This is Holland's first appearance against the Astros this year. He lost a game here at Houston last year in which he gave up 5 runs in 5 innings. He was tagged for 3 home runs in that game. Foul ball. 1-2 the count.
You know, a lot of nicknames have become really boring in recent decades in professional sports. Take, for example, Jeff Bagwell, Baggy, and that sort of thing. I like this nickname on Derek Holland. He is Dutch Oven.
Dutch Oven?
Yeah.
It is a good one. He's not Dutch, but, you know, with a name like Holland, it's allowable.
See, you're splitting hairs.
He gets a strikeout on a foul tip. That's his 3rd strikeout. 1 out.
Maybe takes a little off of this slider down and in, often referred to as the back foot slider. And I don't know if that was called a foul tip or not.
Well, Matt Dominguez looked back at the home plate umpire, Bill Cuzzy. But the other night, Bo Porter was tossed out. Jason Castro was called out for a foul tip, and the ball hit the dirt. Almost looked like this one did too, but apparently not.
Yeah, we called foul tip, and there was certainly some dust kicking up there by the glove of Pierzynski.
Brett Wallace bangs one off his leg. Strike one to Wally. 9 homers, 24 runs batted in, a .227 average for Brett. His 8-game hitting streak was halted by the Rangers last night. He was 0 for 4 with 3 punch-outs. Brett's had a .548 slugging percentage since he was recalled from AAA Oklahoma City, June 25th. Brandon Barnes on deck. In tight for ball 1. The second base umpire, Ron Culpa, is just about right in front of Elvis Andrus. Elvis a little bit over to the right. One and two. That second base umpire has to find a slot where he can stand, where he won't interfere with the middle infielders.
So if we're going to get away from that weak nickname of yours, Browning, and get to something a little more meaningful, a little more telling, are we going to call you what, Big Knocker?
No, that definitely wouldn't be it. I was just looking at Ron Culpa's leadoff second, though.
He's got a good one, and he holds his ground, too.
That's strike 3. That's 4 strikeouts for Holland.
Yeah, Brett Wallace falling into one of those strikeout modes here a little bit, and takes a pitch that appeared to not only get plate, but maybe get a sizable amount of plate.
And now Brandon Barnes will try to give the Astros a lift after 2 punch-outs on Dominguez and Wallace. Barnes provided a long drive for a homer in the 5th inning last night, going 1 for 2 with a walk. .242, 6 homers, 25 runs batted in for Brandon. Hit a 431-footer off Matt Garza last night. That was his first home run since July 19th. That's ball 1.
Brandon Barnes can really air it out when he lets one fly. We've seen him do this 2 or 3 times this year. In fact, he's been up on the railroad tracks here at Minute Maid Park, and it seems to come as a surprise when he does it, but The power is there.
Fly ball goes to right field. Rios waiting. And the Astros had men on first and third, nobody out, and Holland prevents them from scoring. After 2, no score. MD Anderson making cancer history. August 10th, 1981, in a game started by Dennis Martinez, the Astros bullpen coach. 20-year-old future Hall of Famer Cal Ripken makes his major league debut as a pinch runner. He goes on to win the 1982 American League Rookie of the Year award. 3,184 hits in his career, more than 3,000 games, two-time MVP, and a solid citizen. And then that consecutive game streak.
Impossible.
Yeah.
Somebody needs to go back and check that. I don't know how anybody could possibly stay healthy that long to play all those games.
It did seem impossible, didn't it? His father, Cal Ripken Sr., former manager of the Orioles.
Somewhere you've got to tweak a muscle, don't you?
You would think. Jurickson Profar takes strike one. Dennis Martinez won 245 games to lead all Latin American pitchers. He's from Nicaragua. Profar on a 7-game hitting streak fouls it back, and it's 0-2. Profar at 249 with 4 homers has 17 runs batted in. Last night he drove in a run with a 7th inning single and drew a bases loaded walk in the 8th. That 8th inning last night with Texas batting around and then Houston sent 6 men to the plate, that took an hour and 1 minute. That's in for a strike, and Profar is caught looking. Strikeout victim number 2 for Peacock.
Well spotted by Brad Peacock, and he is driving that fastball very nicely here this evening. Just look how it planes out. That says you've got the life on it. The rotation is good.
Last night in the 8th inning there were a total of 7 pitchers. And they threw 80 pitches in that 1 inning long.
That'll extend an inning.
David Murphy looks at ball 1. The Houston native at 226 with 12 homers has driven in 37. Murphy last night had an RBI double in the 9th. He came off the bench. He also drew a walk. Fouls back the heater, and it's a 1 ball 1 strike count to David. Murph's hit 270 in his last 22 games. Peacock misses with the breaking pitch. It's a 2 ball 1 strike count. Now 3-1 for Brad Peacock, who is a very interesting story. He was a 41st round draft choice in '06 by Washington. He had been a high school shortstop. He was drafted as a catcher, but then had success pitching, including a couple of wins for 2011 Washington. The Bull Porter as one of the coaches. There's a walk to Murphy. And that's number 2 of the night for Peacock. Peacock then was traded to Oakland. And Houston got him in another deal. That was the Jed Lowry trade along with Chris Carter and Max Stassi this February. Leonis Martin grounded to shortstop to open the game. And when Brad Peacock was pitching in the minor leagues, his father Jerry, who's a retired policeman, typically kind of followed him around the country, driving his RV from city to city to watch Brad pitch on the road. And Julia said that she saw Jerry Peacock. He's here for this game tonight.
Said he's a fun guy to interview as well.
Oh, he's here for that first start for Brad. That was here against Oakland on the 5th of April. Throw goes over to first. Murphy has 1 steal in 5 attempts. The Rangers have been running this year. They are leading the league in steals with 86. Alex Rios will add to their running attack. Martin looks at it. It's a strike. It's 1-1. Martin has been leading off now for a while, 10 or 11 games, and things have been going well. The Rangers have been successful in 14 of their last 15 stolen base attempts. That one is knocked out in front, blocked by Castro. 2 balls and a strike.
Yeah, not your classic block here either. The glove gets the job done, moving to the right, Castro, and what appeared to be the changeup that was simply thrown into the dirt. Let's kick it overtime and get the knees down.
Rangers have gone 10-1 with Martin, their leadoff man, the last 11. Leads the majors in butt hits with 10. He has 5 triples. It's 3-1 now to Martin.
Fastball all of a sudden has gotten away from Peacock.
Yes, a couple times last inning we saw some signs of that. Sometimes a pitcher can get out of sync on one particular pitch. Pitch ripped on the ground past the diving Altuve into center field. Murphy going first to third. Barnes will flip it in towards second on the single by Martin for the first Ranger hit. And Peacock got behind again, and now he'll face Andrews with runners at first and third and 1 out.
David Murphy, a big guy, but running well first to third. And the ball hit sharply. He simply finds that area out of the reach of Altuve, and you can see Murphy digging right there. That sharply hit ground ball back up the middle will move a lot of guys just first to second.
Andrews struck out looking in the first. The Astros had men on first and third, nobody out, and failed to score. The Rangers put runners at first and third with 1 out. Is in tight at third. The runner going to second. Here's the throw. Altuve with the tag, safe. Stolen base for Martin is 27.
Another good job by Jason Castro on the throw down to second base. That's a play where you've got to make a little glance toward third. Might slow you down a bit, but Castro seems to do it all in one move, and that good throw nonetheless a little bit late as Martin gets the jump.
That's 27 of 32 in steals for Martin. 2 men in scoring position now. The pitch was strike one to Andrews. Kinsler's on deck. Wallace is at the edge of the grass, off the line at first. In the dirt. And it's a 1-ball-1-strike count.
Much better job by Castro there, sliding to the knees, getting the body in front.
Astros starting pitchers, the last 11 starts have an ERA of 3.74. But in those 11 games, the Astros have a 2-9 record. They've had 5 blown saves since the trade of Jose Veras. That's a foul ball. 1-2.
Nice crowd on hand this evening, Brownie.
Excellent crowd at the Street Fest before the game. Some live music, country music. They moved it indoors a little bit. There were a few raindrops outside, so we got to enjoy that. And yeah, the place is pretty well packed, it looks like.
You're a big fan of the country music, right?
I like some of it. Can you like just some?
Yeah, I think that's legal.
Okay. How about you?
Oh yeah, actually, I probably blend all over the place.
Well, that's a good way to put it. Now, EY, of course, is a big Michael Jackson fan. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Elvis Andrews.
Has he tried to convince you one way or the other?
No, he has not attempted to use his persuasive powers yet on music.
He is persuasive.
Yes, he is. Oh, wow. Got that from Brad Peacock for a strikeout on Andrews.
There you go to the slide piece. And that's how effective that pitch can be. Down at 87 miles an hour, just biting straight downward. You think as a hitter you're swinging at fastball, and then you're not.
Biting like Pac-Man.
Without the sound effects. Bro.
Yeah. Just the push. Long ball. Ian Kinsler, the batter, he hit a fly ball to right in the first inning. Kinsler frequently takes the first pitch. He's hit .335 lifetime against Houston pitching. Oh, that one is close enough to Castro. No advance by Murphy. Castro did a whale of a job to stop that one from getting by.
Yeah, there are times when it's purely 9-1-1, and that's what this one was. And the call got answered. That's just a great job. You do anything you can. You throw kitchen sink out there if you can get to it quickly enough and just try to keep the ball somewhere near the plate.
That's in for a strike to Kinsler. That evens the count at 1-1.
I was surprised. A good RBI hitter, 1-0 count, gets a fastball, and appeared to be taking all the way.
Yes. Kinsler's a .272 career hitter. He went for that slider in the dirt. No, he did not. This Guccione ruled that he checked his swing. That could be a very big call. That makes it 2-1.
We'll see the bat start, and then we'll get the peak. Did it go through? I would say it's right in that range where you should get rung up most of the time.
Yeah, it looked that way.
Bat crossing through the plate.
.333 with 2 outs and men in scoring position. 0 for his last 9 for Kinsler. Now 3-1. Beltre's on deck. The Rangers had a 7-game lead through mid-May on Oakland, and then they had a 6-game deficit July 29th, but they made up 6 games on Oakland in 9 days, so they had not held At least a share of first since the 1st of July until the last couple days. Now they're in first by a half game. Foul. Wallace over near the stands. Can't get to it. Ranger fan gets that one, and the count goes to 3-2 on Kinsler.
Yeah, we've heard quite a few of the Ranger fans sounding off here in the series.
Well, it's been a popular destination for them. They can drive down for a weekend series, get back Sunday night, miss the Monday game.
I'm going to guess Ranger fans enjoy sitting under this roof in the Texas summer.
You know that. In the air, and Wallace will find this one playable. And what a job by Peacock there in the 3rd inning. Striking out Andrews, getting Kinsler on a pop to strand 2 runners in scoring position and keep the game scoreless.
We want to remind you to tune in to Chevy Hometown Kids every Saturday morning at 9:30 on CSN. Chevy Hometown Kids, where it's not about the score, but the experience. Jake Elmore coming up here for the Astros and has never faced Rangers lefty Derek Holland before, but the two did play on the same team their freshman year at Wallace State Community College in 2006. The Lions went on to the World Series. They finished 3rd. Elmore then went on to ASU, and Holland would have followed, except he ended up signing with the Rangers in 2006. Brownie.
Good story. Thanks, Julia. And now they square off, these former teammates. And showing Bud. Elmore takes their strike one to a 250 hitter with 2 homers, 6 runs batted in. Jake playing shortstop again, as he did last night when he was 1 for 4. Jonathan VR with a sprained left thumb sitting this one out. The fly ball hits for the right fielder. Rios coming over near the line. That's out number 1. As Julia told us earlier, Jonathan VR continues to improve with that sprained left thumb, but probably will sit out tomorrow's game as well as tonight's and last night's, because of the right-handed hitting is tougher for him with that bottom hand, the left thumb being troublesome, but he can bat left-handed without an issue. So it would appear, if things continue on this track, that Yu Darvish will be facing him on Monday afternoon. Robbie Grossman, the batter. Robbie lines a shot to right field. That's a hit. Rios over to play it. And Robbie starts a brand new hitting streak. Number 2 for the Astros.
You know, I'd love to say I just love his right-handed stroke better than the left right now, but both are awfully good. This right-handed stroke is short and to the point, and he hangs out a lot of line drives with it.
Robbie 1 for 2 tonight right-handed. That makes him 13 for 36 right-handed as a major leaguer for a .333 average. And he has 6 steals in 10 tries. Derek Holland has allowed 7 steals in 9 attempts, but he's picked off 2. L.J. Ho's the batter. He struck out looking. He takes strike one. Holland was 12-7 last year. His ERA was 4.67, more than a run and a half higher than his current ERA at a 4.71 major league ERA coming into this season. So this could be his best, even though in 2011 he was 16-5. 0-2.
Holland's going to make life difficult with any consideration for the running game with that little slide step.
Holland probably slots into a postseason rotation for the Rangers, depending on their opponent. Maybe number 2, number 3 in the rotation. In tight, it's 1-2.
Take a look at what Robbie Grossman and all the runners will try to see. There's the high leg pick, and that's where you can run, even on a left-handed pitcher. But when he provides that little slide step that we've seen, make it really tough. Eric Bedard showed us a lot of that last night. There's your slide step.
Yeah.
There's just not enough time to try to put a jump together and make it, assuming the catcher makes a good throw.
That is quick.
Yeah, that's a running game killer. The only thing you can do with a guy that does that is put on the hit and run.
And he doesn't have to do it every time.
No, and if you do it half of the time even, you leave the runner not sure what he's going to get.
He zips the throw over to first base. You might have noticed the numbers on the road for Derek Holland earlier. Outstanding. 7-1 at 2.61 ERA and 12 road starts. And this road venue much more favorable for a pitcher than Rangers Ballpark in Arlington, his home park. At home he has a very good ERA, 3.48 for that ballpark, but he's 2-5 at home this year.
Yeah, they used to say you can't pitch in Arlington effectively over the course of an entire summer. But the Texas Rangers in recent seasons have been a good pitching ball club.
Yeah, they have torn down that argument. Jose Altuve's on deck. And another throw goes over to first. Well, the Astros games in 2013 have averaged 3 hours 12 minutes and 38 seconds. Ash, that's a 10.5-minute increase over the 2012 average.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that at all.
Chopped, and Kinsler goes to his left, throws back to second to get the force on Grossman. That's out number 2. A reminder, as you enjoy a cold one, to look forward to Miller Time later in tonight's game, brought to you by Miller Lite. You're not a fan of that 10.5-minute increase?
Of the 3+ hour games, and what we've been watching the last 3 nights is just minutes shy of 4 hours. Nolan Ryan and Ruth Ryan, I'm sure, are not fans of the 4-hour ball game either, but yeah, I think Major League Baseball, in allowing these games to continue to get longer, it seems year after year, is making a mistake.
Jose Altuve, the batter. He struck out looking in the first. Now, what were you saying the average game time was back in the 70s?
2.5 hours. 2.5 hours.
High drive to center field. A long run here for Martin. Martin way back. It's going to roll up on Taos Hill. He's stuck up on the hill. And here is the Astros run scoring on an RBI double. Hose scores it. Altuve drives it in. 40 runs batted in for Altuve. 1-0 Houston. Martin got caught playing too shallow on Altuve, who got his 18th double.
Yeah, this ball is driven to get over the head of the center fielder. Watching Jose Altuve head into second base, he's hobbling a bit. I don't think that leg is entirely healthy, but got a good pitch to hit and drives it. You saw his eyes get big once he made contact there. Our team can go get him. And L.J. Hose is moving nicely. Not quite as strong running here from Jose Altuve. Just looks like he's tentatively moving.
Something might have happened right before he got to first there. That's where he started to slow down. Jason Castro, the batter now. He reached on an error on a hot liner off the shortstop's glove. And this one's over the shortstop into left center for a hit. Altuve coming home, not running hard. Throw to the plate. Pierzynski with the throw with the catch and the tag. And Martin is able to make that throw to get him. And Altuve does not appear to be running at full speed. So Castro picks up the single, and it's one run for the Astros. They lead it 1-0.
Into the fourth. We want you to join us August 23rd for our next big and bright Friday night. The Astros take on the Toronto Blue Jays at 7:10. Stick around after the game for the best fireworks show in town, presented by Marathon Oil Corporation. Call 1-877-9-ASTROS or visit astros.com for tickets. Guys.
Thanks, Julia. 1-0. And on that play at the plate, the ball arrived from the strong arm of Leonis Martin. Got there early for A.J. Pierzynski to tag out Jose Altuve. That's the 7th outfield assist of the year for Martin. Altuve did not appear to be moving very well.
No, he's not. And he's really short striding. This is a guy that's among the leaders in stolen bases. But watching him run right here, that's not a guy who's going to be stealing bases anytime soon, it doesn't appear.
Hit by the pitch, Adrian Beltre. That leads off the 4th inning. Beltre, who fly to center, will be leading off.
Again, the fastball just getting away on Peacock. You know he doesn't want to start an inning this way with the Texas Rangers. Coming in is one thing, letting it run right into the hitter another.
4th time Beltre's been hit by a pitch. Looked like it got him around the left elbow. Now Pierzynski's the batter. It's the 3rd hit batsman for Peacock this season. Pierzynski grounded to second in the 2nd inning. It's ball 1 to him. AJ had some time on the disabled list with a strained left oblique earlier this year. He's 36 years old. It's 1-1. He hit a high fastball last night on an 0-2 count for a single to left field.
Yeah, he did very much in that same spot. He's not happy with himself here, but of course, when you get a hit on that pitch, you feel like, see, I can handle that pitch.
He's an aggressive hitter. He's walked only 8 times this year. That was in the air, foul, and it's 1-2. These will be the last games in Houston of this season series this weekend on through Monday, and the 1:10 start Monday, wrapping up the season series in Houston. But there will still be 2 more series in Arlington, August 19th through the 21st, September 23rd through the 25th. Chop back to Peacock. He'll fire to the shortstop Elmore, and then on to first, safe at first. Beltre was forced from 1 to 6. Pierzynski on a close call at first by Chris Guccione was ruled safe.
Good job nonetheless by Brad Peacock. A lot of pitchers become timid and unable to make any kind of reasonable throw on this type of play. Peacock has to come in. Still gets that good throw into second base, and that's close at first. Let's see what we have here. Yeah, very close, and it looks like Pierzynski gets that foot on the bag.
It appeared that way. Elmore made the throw and almost got the double play. Rios the batter now. He walked in the second inning. Strike 1 to Rios.
Takes a little off, hangs it a bit, but Rios, who can get into the launch mode out in front.
In the dirt, there's the pickup by Castro. It's 1-1. Rios had a big contract with the Toronto Blue Jays. The White Sox assumed that contract. That was a waiver deal, as I recall, Ash, taking him to Chicago. And somewhat surprising that the White Sox would take on that money. But in the Rangers case, it's different because they don't have to pay Nelson Cruz now.
There was a lot of laughter in Toronto at the time because it was perceived to be a contract that nobody would touch. And yet Rios, a talented player, actually made the White Sox, I believe, a couple of years later, rather pleased that they had picked him up.
I think so.
But a costly player nonetheless.
Alex is now 32 years old. He's from Coffee, Alabama. Broken bat. That one trickles out past a diving Altuve. Here's Pierzynski going to third. Hose with the throw. Offline. Dominguez throwing to second. Not in time there. And the hustle of Rios helps the Rangers. He moves into scoring position. It's a single by Rios. That gives him a 10-game hitting streak. First hit as a Ranger.
Little broken bat splat that finds its way through the hole on the right side. And then an aggressive L.J. Hose tries to pick up and out at third base. Not a bad idea. He doesn't have a cutoff man back through that lane, the throwing lane. And because of that, Rios alertly takes off and nabs second.
Single, and then Rios takes second on the throw to third. Now 1 out, 2 men in scoring position for Mitch Moreland. Moreland bounced out to shortstop in the second. Astros play the middle infielders back. Wallace is backing up at first. There's ball 1 to Moreland.
Yeah, if you keep Rios at first base, minus that throw into third, you got the shot for the double play, trying to get out of this inning, but now it changes everything. And Bo Porter forced to make the decision. He decides to stay back in the infield.
That's flared foul.
It's that situation where runners at second and third, where you don't want to see the ground ball get through the infield. It provides 2 runs rather than 1, and the whole play prior where Rios takes second base just changed everything here in the inning.
That's the way the Rangers have been running the bases in recent weeks. It's 2 balls and a strike. Always interesting, the dynamic when one player goes down. In this case, Nelson Cruz, the right fielder for the Rangers, serving a 50-game suspension, providing power, and another player moves in. Rios is faster, better defensive player, but has not hit nearly as many homers, 27 to 12 compared to Nelson Cruz. Inside for a ball. Moreland works the count to 3-1.
It's one of those classic comparisons. Would you rather have the guy who hits the home run ball and drives in runs, or the well-rounded, all-around type player, plays solid defense, runs the bases well? I think a lot of people probably would just simply pick the guy that hits the home run and drives in the runs.
Also in the mix, Matt Garza obtained in a different deal, and that could lower the ERA of the pitching staff. Foul ball, so maybe they don't need as much offense as they had with Garza joining the club. They have the 4th best ERA in the American League.
I think Garza really helps their bullpen a good deal, and just simply getting healthy on that starting staff for Texas also aids in that regard. That bullpen had started to have its struggles.
Well, last night, for instance, Garza stretched it out and went 7 innings. That's high for a ball 4. Moreland walks to load the bases now for Profar.
In some ways, not a bad walk.
Creates a force at any base. Bases loaded, 1 out. 3rd walk of the night for Peacock, and Profar struck out looking in the 3rd. Now, the Rangers also were hoping to regain the services of their opening night starter in the game here against Bud Norris, Matt Harrison. But he now has been on a rehab assignment, and he had some numbness in his hand and had to come out of a game. He's had a couple of back surgeries. Now Doug Brocail goes out to have a little conference at the mound. So now they're not so certain they're going to get Matt Harrison back.
At the start of play tonight, Brad Peacock was spotting the fastball very well, right in the strike zone, getting ahead. But you can see now that the numbers have actually tipped the other way. Of the 69 pitches, only 38 strikes, and it's becoming a real battle for not only Brad Peacock, but for Jason Castro, trying to find a way to call the game.
Profar steps up. Double play depth for Elmore and Altuve. Astros have 4 hits. The Rangers have 2. Chop goes foul, strike 1. And Profar, who was one of the top prospects coming into this season in Major League Baseball, a middle infielder, has moved around and played several different positions. He's at DH tonight. Rangers are well fixed middle infield spots occupied by Andrus at shortstop and Kinsler at second. Profar has been primarily a shortstop in the minor leagues. Dials it back, and it's 0-2 to Profar.
Kinsler spent some time on the DL, and Profar filled in beautifully at second base. So he's one of those ideal players, a youngster that can shift around, play multiple positions. When you can play shortstop, generally speaking, you can play the other positions well.
From what we've been hearing, he's not considered to be a premium defensive player in the big leagues. David Murphy's on deck. Profar looks at ball one. Brad Peacock has thrown 72 pitches now. Foul. Still 1-2 to Jerks and Profar. Rangers have had 35 come from behind wins this year. That ties them with Kansas City for the second most in the majors, behind Atlanta's 37. Ron Washington, a former Astro. Jackie Moore is the bench coach from Bel Air. Astros coach. Foul. And it's still a 1-ball, 2-strike count. It's kind of like old home week. Wash familiar with this area. Jackie, and then Dave Magadan, the hitting coach, was an Astro player. Went off the right shin guard. Phil Cuzzy, it appeared. Nolan Ryan back in town. Tim Purpura, former Astros general manager, is a Rangers front office employee now. He's on the trip. Ruth Ryan and Nolan. For many years, Alvin. All those games at the Astrodome. Comfortable feel for them to come back. Profar strikes out. It's a big out for Peacock.
He turns to the curveball to get this strikeout right over the top. And well, that's beautifully done. Brad Peacock with the curve, slider, good fastball, and a change seldom used at his disposal.
That was a really good look on that replay of how he had transferred the weight to his front leg. Couldn't stay back. The curve has really been the plus pitch for Peacock statistically. Now David Murphy, he walked in the third inning. That's in for strike one. It's a 75-mile-per-hour curveball. And the batting average against that pitch is 143.
That over-the-top job can be tough for a lot of pitchers in terms of command. You'll see a lot of times pitch in the dirt or left well high.
And it really helps to set up the fastball, but in that case that pitch missed. It's 1-1.
It's a great point, especially when you see the curveball early in the count. Now suddenly the fastball comes into play a whole lot better.
Peacock was 12-9 last year, AAA. Fly ball out to left center field. Robbie Grossman. And out of trouble, Peacock. No runs, a hit, 3 men left, bases loaded, 1 out. The Rangers are turned away. 1-0 Houston.
time for our AT&T tweet of the game. It's from Corpus Christi Hooks catcher Max Stassi. Congrats to George Springer on 30 stolen bases and 30 homers. Dude is a freak. Astros prospect is the first minor leaguer in 4 years to reach 30-30 mark, and he's done it at the AA and AAA levels of the Astros farm system. You're looking at some of his numbers this year. A big part of that Redhawks 12-game win streak, guys.
Yes, he was. Chris Carter takes. There's ball one. Congratulations to George Springer. That's quite an achievement. Carter ripped a single off the left field wall first time up. 2-0.
Well, Springer's talents are exceptional. There's no question.
He is the first minor league in Astros history to join that 30-30 club. So it's been 4 years since any minor leaguer has done it. Who was the last minor leaguer to do it? A player named Brent Desmey for Oakland in 09. 3-0 to Carter. He rocks one to left. That's going to go on a merry ride way up toward the railroad tracks. Chris Carter has hit home run number 20. Jumped all over a 3-0 offering, and he whacked that one a long way.
And the big man has 20 bombs now. He's had his struggles of late. There is no question. Hard to predict. It's impossible to predict when a guy with these kinds of tools in terms of power will find that stroke. Well, there's no doubt about this shot. The only doubt is how high up on the railroad tracks does this land?
Yeah, that was a joy to watch from the Houston side. There's ball one. Matt Dominguez. Just under the tracks. Dominguez, and now the catcher Przinski will visit Holland. He took ball two. Now 3 balls to Carter, and then he ripped that one. Now 2 more balls, so 5 out of 6 have been balls in the inning. First multi-hit game since July 3rd from Chris Carter against the Rays.
I'm not sure you can tell the difference on that face when he's hit one like this or when he's struck out. He maintains composure at all times.
396-footer. First homer since July 27th at Toronto. 30 at bats ago. That's a strike. That makes it 2-1 to Dominguez.
May I say that if that ball, and I say if that ball ever came back down to earth, it would have been well beyond that figure.
Oh yeah. 3-1 to Domingo. Holland has not really been troubled by home run balls. He's given up 12 in 158 innings.
In fact, that's a very good figure. You would, with somebody having a nice year, figure they'd be about 15, 16 home runs at this stage with his innings.
That's in for a strikeout pitch. Strikeout number 5.
Yeah, this is well spotted. Bottom of the knees area, handled nicely by Przinski. You see front knee when it goes by the plate. That ball right there at the knees.
Fred Wallace struck out in the 2nd inning. Fred takes that one for ball 1. Astros got a run in the 3rd on a Castro single. Now a Carter homer here in the 4th inning. 1 ball, 1 strike. Well, these teams, though, especially the good teams in the American League, playing the Astros, are well familiar with the Houston bullpen woes. That's a little topper up the first base line. It goes foul, though. 1-2. Good teams tell themselves when they're playing a team that has had repetitive bullpen problems that all they have to do is stay close and win it late.
And those really become tough on the Astros as a team. Obviously, it's been a tough season, but when you lose games late, games that you battled and you found yourself in and maybe with a lead late and then you wind up losing, those eat at you. They wear you apart.
Barnes is on deck. Wallace fouls it off the screen. Go 1 and 2 for Holland. The Astros have had 20 blown saves this year. And a strikeout. That's number 6. They'll be looking to build on this lead every opportunity they get. Give the bullpen some working room.
A little slider sweeping down and away, and after a 96-mile-an-hour fastball, that's almost illegal. Join us Saturday, August 24th, as the Astros take on the Toronto Blue Jays. Be sure to get to Minute Maid Park early, as 10,000 fans will receive an orange home replica jersey. That's courtesy of Coca-Cola. Call 1-877-9-ASTROS or visit astros.com for your tickets.
Brandon Barnes is the batter. He hit a fly ball to right earlier. And strike 1 to Brandon. No balls, 2 strikes for Holland. Holland has thrown 63 pitches in this game. 43 have been strikes. He leads the Rangers in quality starts with 16.
You can see why his stuff is legit. 96 on some heaters here in the 4th inning.
A thought a few years ago that the Rangers probably needed to develop their own pitching staff because it would be difficult to attract free agent pitchers to come pitch at Rangers Ballpark in Arlington in the heat.
Nobody wanted to go there. You can't pitch there, they said.
That culture has changed quite a bit.
What do they know? I think Nolan Ryan had a lot to do with that. I think he basically said, I don't want to hear that anymore. Pure rubbish.
He's had some talks with his pitching staff. 2 and 2. And it's hard for them not to agree when he has the career resume he has.
I dare you to disagree with Nolan. Go ahead and make my day.
His career presents a rather forceful argument for staying in condition, working hard, and being ready to pitch in heat. Out into shallow center field and in for the play. What an effort. That's a tremendous catch by Leonis Martin. Getting his glove underneath that sinking line drive, then rolling over and maintaining possession for out number 3. Throw and a homer from Carter. It's trivia time. Tonight's trivia brought to you by your local Toyota dealer. Stump Ash.
That's easy.
Jackie Moore was the manager of the A's from '84 through '86. Who succeeded him as full-time manager? Let's see. Billy Martin would have been before him. Was that? It wasn't Art Howe. It was before Art. Let's see. '87.
That's BA, huh?
Yeah.
Before Art?
Before Art, yeah. Martin leads it off in the 5th inning. He's 1 for 2. Oakland A's manager. Jackie Moore told a great story about managing Dave Kingman when Dave played for the Oakland A's. Oakland signed Dave as a free agent. He was a big slugger, hit many home runs, didn't have much defensive value, a DH type of guy who had had some problems with various people around baseball for years. And management came to Jackie and asked if he was interested in having Dave. He said, yes, I'd like to have Dave on my ball club. They signed Dave. Dave was a model citizen with the Oakland A's. No problems whatsoever. 3-0.
Well, you know, that might have had a little to do with Jackie, who's just as good a guy as you want to run into.
Well, that's right. It did, and it also had to do with Jackie liking to fish.
Ah, so they spent a little time fishing together.
They did. That's ball 4, and Martin draws the 4-pitch walk. That's walk number 4. And Jackie, of course, with that successful tenure with the Astros. Just a terrific guy, and he told this story a few years back that, well, you know, Dave had been with Oakland for a couple of months. He found out that the Oakland owner had graciously invited me and my coaches to go fish on his private lake whenever we wanted to. So Dave kind of picked his spot and asked if he could come along. We said sure. Andrus the batter. Andrus has struck out both times tonight. There's strike 1.
Sounds like some pretty good use of honey.
Had that little carrot to dangle in front of Dave Kingman, and it worked very well.
Now, are we talking full-time or
I think they just
part-time manager that slips in following Jackie Moore?
Oh, full-time manager. Let's see. Can't remember.
Well, you know what? You're going to be absolutely embarrassed when you find out. I will say this, maybe to lead you up to it. Jeff Newman slipped in for about 10 games.
Did he?
Went 2-8. Didn't go so well.
Only 10 games.
Old minor league teammate of mine.
Tony La Russa?
It is. You're right. So you have no need to be embarrassed now. So
wow.
Go ahead and wash that off.
Embarrassment is part of our everyday routine, right?
It should be anyway.
Jackie Moore 84 through 86. Tony La Russa succeeded him as the full-time manager.
And somehow Tony got away.
Why do you think that was?
You know, one of the game's great managers of all time. He might have required a little too much compensation.
Strikeout looking. Andrus victimized for the 3rd time tonight, and now he expresses his feelings to Phil Cuzzy. It's the 2nd time he's been called on a 3rd strike.
Phil Cuzzy didn't appear to be holding back himself. There you go. That's that questionable bottom of the knees area, and Phil Cuzzy is a lot more certain about it than Andrus, that's for sure.
So 3 of the 5 Peacock strikeouts are on Andrus.
I'd say next time Andrus comes to the plate, he might be well advised to go to Hacken.
Throw goes over to first. Martin stole a base in the 3rd inning. His 27th steal of the year.
Yeah, that's an often used word by umpires. Enough for you.
Okay. He's used all the rope he had. Throw goes over to first on Martin. Kinsler's the batter. Kinsler hit a fly ball to right and popped to first. Rangers have left 6 men on base. They had the bases loaded, 1 out in the 4th, and Peacock went to work, striking out Profar, getting Murphy on a fly ball. That's ball 1 to Kinsler. So now this could be a running pitch for Martin. Figuring the Astros probably wouldn't pitch out on 1-0. We haven't seen them pitch out much this year.
The more they can get pitchers to be quick to the plate, the less they will ever have any need to even think about that.
They're going. Castro with the throw. There's the tag, and now they get him. Altuve putting the tag on Martin. Once again, Castro comes up big with a laser.
He puts this right in the spot where Altuve can slap down the tag. We saw last night a perfect throw from Castro, but kind of a reach tag from Altuve. Watch this one snap down. And that's how you get guys on the bang bang play. That's just great work. Jason Castro took what was a tough pitch to throw on and put it on the money.
That was a tough pitch. Now Kinsler lines one foul. It was down and away, and it really forces a catcher to keep his weight back a little bit longer, doesn't it?
It does all of that, yeah. And I really like the work by Jose Altuve, the snap down tag, but Jason Castro is the hero on that play.
You know, he made a point last night on Altuve, tagging at second. 2-2, and that was clinical what he did there. He let the ball travel.
Yep. Yep, all the way. Let that ball travel to the bag and then snap down the tag. Textbook.
If the middle infielder reaches out in front of the base, it can really mess up everything.
Once you reach, you've got to reach back. And believe it, that ball's faster than your reach.
Fly ball left field. Grossman over toward the corner. And Peacock has a successful 5th inning thanks to a tremendous throw by Castro to keep the Rangers off the board again. 2-0 Astros.
By popular demand, Friday, August 23rd is Dollar Dog Day at Minute Maid Park. Enjoy $1 hot dogs all game long as the Astros take on the Blue Jays. Top the night off with spectacular post-game fireworks. Call 1-877-9-ASTROS or visit astros.com for tickets, guys.
Thanks, Julia. 2-0 Astros. Jake Elmore leads it off. Takes the breaking pitch from Derek Holland. There's strike one. Elmore hit a fly ball to right in the 3rd inning. The Astros about hit the Rangers 5-2. Texas has the only error. Texas has stranded 6. Houston has left 3. Holland missing there, goes to a 1-1 count. Derek shooting for win number 10 of the year. Last year Derek had some shoulder fatigue. 2 balls and a strike. The Rangers now have established this run to the postseason pretty well, so their pitchers have been throwing more innings. It's 3 balls, 1 strike. Elmore pops it up on the right side. Moreland over. That's 1 out for Holland. At this point, the Astros with Peacock showing his escapability. Would love to just give him some more working room. And Grossman comes up with that in mind. He's 1 for 2. He's single to right in the 3rd. Bobby's a natural right-handed hitter who didn't start switch hitting until high school days.
When you look at the basic stroke, it really shows a right-handed got a very good swing. There's a lot of times you get a guy that's not very big and he takes a big hack and he hits a lot of fly balls. From the right side, Robbie is short to the baseball. From the left side, he was a bit long early on in the season and not real strong on top of it, so he hit little lazy fly balls to left field. But since he's come back from the minor leagues, that left-handed hack is short and sweet, direct to the baseball. He's made great strides.
And with his 10-game hitting streak, which was snapped last night, he put himself in pretty good stead. Last Astro rookie to have a hitting streak of at least 10 games was Chris Johnson, also Angel Sanchez, in 2010. Two and 1. Robbie's also been about walks in his career, and that's the way he's established that on base average through the Pittsburgh Pirates system before the Pirates traded him to the Astros on the Wandy Rodriguez deal. He looks at his strike, 2-2, but he took a lot of pitches when he was with the Astros earlier this year before he got sent down.
And a number of those were 3rd strike called. And yeah, that's ineffective when it's all said and done.
Now it's 3-2.
But now as he starts to drive the baseball, pitchers will work a little harder on him and he'll naturally draw some more walks.
Ground ball to 3rd. Beltre. 2 outs. Beltre just quite an all-around player. Very good glove man.
He can make it look routine, can he? That strong arm that he just drops down and kind of submarines the throw across the infield right on the money.
Jay Hose is next. He's 0 for 2. That one into the crowd. There's strike 1. Tomorrow we have a 1:10 start for the Sunday matchup of Dallas Keuchel and Martin Perez, another lefty, a rookie lefty for Texas. And then Monday at 1:10, it's Brett Oberholzer. Beltre throws out Hose against Yu Darvish Monday. After 5, it's 2-0 Astros. Astros lead it 2-0.
He's been on and off with his command throughout the evening. Early on, he was on, and then he's had his struggles since, but he finds a way to get back in there, come up with some big strikeouts on the evening. And the slider has been good at times. The curveball has picked up key strikeouts, spotting that fastball. Brad Peacock, when it's all said and done, stuff is winning out for him tonight, more so than overall command.
How much staying power does he have? 92 pitches through 5, 2 hits, no runs allowed, 4 walks, 5 strikeouts. That becomes the question now. Adrian Beltre steps up. Beltre hit a fly ball to center, and he was hit by a pitch. Will Porter said yesterday, I personally feel sorry for our starters. It's ball 1.
Eric Bedard, maybe first on that list. I mean, he's had a rough go with pitching quite well.
It's 2-0 for Peacock now. Bo said, but they're not going to show it because they're good teammates. They understand that these guys, meaning the relievers, are trying. It's a high drive to right. LJ Hose. 1 out. Kevin Chapman, a left-hander, is warming up in the bullpen for the Astros. Astros used 6 pitchers last night. Chapman made his major league debut. Struck out the only man he faced. This man, A.J. Pierzynski. Pierzynski is 0 for 2. Oklahoma City beat Las Vegas last night 6-4. Making 13 wins in the last 14 games. Currently in first place in the PCL Southern Division. See Chapman, and Lucas Harrell has joined him. High to right field. That's going to get out. Pierzynski makes it to 2-1 game. Second deck in right for A.J. Pierzynski, his 13th home run, giving him 46 runs batted in.
Well, a couple of left-handed hitting catchers here in the series have hit some bombs to right field to that second tank. Jason Castro last night, and now Pierzynski. At some point, when you're struggling with command, you figure this is going to happen. Because you get behind guys, you have to come in with pitches. Hitters on the other side get to see your style on the evening. What counts your coming with the fastball, and Pierzynski doesn't miss any on this one.
Now Alex Rios looks at ball 1. Rios has been on both times tonight with a walk and a single to right. It's the 3rd hit for the Rangers, 417-foot homer. 1-1 the count. The Rangers are 4th in long balls in the American League. That's number 135 for them. Rios hits a slow roller. Elmore hurrying and just gets him at first. He had to do everything right. 2 outs.
Jake Elmore just doesn't have that strong shortstop arm, so he has to be quick, and he does it by flipping that submarine toss of his, and gets a speedy Alex Rios.
Now Mitch Moreland with Peacock at 100 pitches. That play helps him. Moreland grounded to short, and he walked. Well, this could be last inning, of course, for Peacock. Altuve, Castro, and Carter due up in the bottom half as the Houston bullpen warms up. That's in for a strike at 77 miles per hour. 6-man rotation for the Astros. The pitchers, except for Eric Bedard, are all age 25 or younger. Bouncer Wallace tossing, and there's Peacock in time to take that toss ahead of Moreland for a 3-1 play. Pierzynski's homer Makes it 2-1 Houston in the middle of the 6th.
Save money and have fun with Astros baseball. Whether you're treating your employees, hosting clients, or bringing out your church or youth sports team, we'll create an experience your group is sure to remember. Call 1-877-9-ASTROS or visit astros.com to enjoy special pricing and great benefits by reserving your group or suite today.
Foul ball, strike one. Jose Altuve leading it off here in the home 6th. Against Derek Holland, 2-1 Houston. Altuve provided one of those runs with an RBI double. Fouls that one back, and as he ran to second on that double, he appeared to be favoring a leg, and he's had a left quad strain in recent days. Sat out a couple of days with that. He's 1 for 2 tonight, and then when he was thrown out at the plate, he just really seemed to be unable to run at full speed. So not sure if it's an aggravation of the quad or some other type of injury, but he does not appear to be running as well as he has at top speed. Meanwhile, he's driven in runs in 4 straight. First Astros second baseman to do that since Craig Biggio. High drive left field. It's hooking and going foul.
It's taking a high slider, the hanger, and punishing it, just getting out in front too much. Now, I think he can handle that jog around the bases version of the run.
Yeah, that would be a nice way to score a run. Those 2 games he missed with the sore left quad were August 1st and 2nd. 1 and 2, but that's a big muscle in the leg type injury that can be really troublesome if it didn't heal. He didn't want to sit out those games. Bill Porter got the information from the training staff that it might be a good idea to have him do that. 3 and 2. Castro on deck. Carter due up third in the inning against Holland. Holland is at 86 pitches. And a liner left field. That too will be hook foul.
I'd say Jose's seeing that slider from the lefty very well right now. The slider left up a bit more than this that he hammered deep, and now gets the barrel to this one, hooks it foul.
Altuve takes it, and he has a leadoff walk. That's his 26th walk of the year.
Holland turned to the changeup to try to get him.
Reed Ryan sitting behind his mom and dad. Great family time. They had lunch together today.
It would seem to be a family affair.
Jason Castro's the batter. Ripped a line drive off the glove of Elvis Andrus. The shortstop was charged with an error in the second inning. And then he came through with a hit in the third. He's back from ball one. Angels lead at Cleveland. It's 3-2 in the bottom of the sixth inning. C.J. Wilson on the mound for the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. Phillies lead at Washington 4-3 there in the top of the seventh. Darren Ruff hit his sixth homer. That ball goes foul. That makes it 1-1 for Jason Castro. And congratulations to football coach Tom Nolan of Lamar High School. He was the recipient of the Texas Italian American Sports Foundation Award today. He's had more than 300 wins in his coaching career.
That'll take a few years to put together.
Oh man. Straight Jesuit and Lamar. Coach Lamar to a 15-1 district championship season last year. He's won 255 of those games for Lamar. Two balls and a strike. This is a great time of year with football seasons gearing up. Baseball pennant races. Rockets fans certainly anticipating Dwight Howard and what that team's going to do. Throw to first base. Some of these pennant races are pretty intriguing right now. Some aren't.
Yeah.
The Atlanta Braves.
They've made a mess out of that division.
They have. Foul back.
Jason Castro is trying to make a mess out of left-hand pitching right now. He's really looking good here this evening. The numbers overall said he was still struggling against left-hand pitching, but you can see signs of improvement this year. And a night like tonight, boy, he was right on it.
Yeah, that first line drive could have been ruled a hit. Too hot to handle for Andrews. That one goes through the left side. And Castro got it between Beltre and Andrews for his second hit of the night. Altuve to second base. That's good work.
He's getting jammed real good right there. On the hands, fight it off. Good things happen when you make contact.
Yeah. Now 2 on for Chris Carter, and Carter has crushed the ball twice tonight. Hit a line drive single off the left field wall in the second inning, and then ripped a long home run in the fourth. Matt Dominguez is on deck. Strike one to Carter.
Good aggressive swing by Chris. And we've seen as he's scuffled along here recently, very few of these good swings.
His average had been tailing off quite a bit. That one stretch in June when it was really climbing. No balls, 2 strikes for Holland.
All the talk at that time, that June period you bring up, Brownie, was the opposite field stroke, the way he was staying on the baseball, giving himself more time. And apparently something went haywire with that, and he's now back to yanking toward left field. But as long as he starts launching some balls, that's all very acceptable.
It moves him back. 1-2.
95, 96 on the fastballs from Holland. Continues to throw hard.
Marlins and Braves are scoreless. They're in the top of the 5th in Atlanta. Alex Wood pitching for Atlanta tonight. Carter takes it. And now it's 2-2.
Probably not advisable to take that a lot of times with 2 strikes.
Probably not. Red Sox 4, Royals 2 at Kansas City there in the bottom of the 5th. Padres lead at Cincinnati 2-1 in the bottom of the 7th. Carter looks at that for ball 3. Now a decision here for Bull Porter with runners at first and second. Nobody out. And because of Carter's 151 strikeouts, it would be risky to send the runners. There's a delay in Seattle due to ceremonies of some sort with the Brewers and Mariners waiting to start. Carter fouls it into the Astros dugout. That one might have hit Bo.
Clearly came up with the baseball and then tossed it up to the seats behind.
Carter takes ball 4 and the bases are loaded with no out from Matt Dominguez.
Again, Carter gets the benefit of the doubt. Trying to find the inside corner. You can see Pierzynski trying to bring that back to the plate.
Pitch breakdown adding up to 100. Jason Frazier, a right-hander, warming up. Maddox, a pitching coach.
That probably says, I disagree, Mr. Umpire.
Not so respectfully. Carter has thrown 50 walks, Ash. That's not a bad total at all.
No, it's not, and it comes out of respect. Pitchers are going to be fearful of his powerful bat. And again, hitting number 20 on the season tonight. Not a bad figure all in all. You'd love to see some more base hits come along with it.
Carter leads the club in walks, and nobody's close to him right now. Matt Dominguez has struck out twice, swinging in the second, looking in the 4th. He's hit very well in these bases loaded at bats this year. That's ball 1 as the Astros look for a big breakout inning here, leading by 1.
Matt Dominguez is the possessor of one of the 2 grand slams hit by Houston this year. The other by Jason Castro recently in Baltimore.
Dominguez takes. It's in for a strike. That makes it 1-1 for Holland. Dominguez has 2 homers against Texas this year. He's driven in 4. Tied for 7th among Major League third basemen in runs batted in with his 55. Fly ball, not too deep. Rios gets underneath it. Altuve tagging. Altuve's coming to the plate. The throw trickles in, and that's a sac fly. 3-1 Houston. Dominguez picks up his 56th run batted in, scoring Altuve.
Jason Castro at second base held at the bag as that throw, as you say, trickled in toward home plate. And Astros maybe could have gotten another 90 feet here. I don't know if Alex Rios is the wise choice on this fly ball over Martin, the center fielder.
Good point. Martin showed a very strong arm earlier when he threw at Altuve trying to score on a Castro single. He looks like he's favoring that leg a little bit, but he was running as hard as he could on that. Now Brett Wallace, runners at first and second, 1 out. He's whiffed twice. Strike to Wallace.
And Dominguez continues to be a fairly effective run producer.
In tight from Holland. 1-1.
There was not a right fielder like arm presented there by Alex Rios, a guy that in the past has definitely thrown better than that.
Up the middle through the legs of Holland. There's Andrews stepping on the bag and throwing to first for a 6-3 double play. And the Astros settle for 1 run, 2 hits. They leave a man. After 6, it's 3-1 Houston.
And it's 3-1 Houston Astros on top, and it's time for our Progressive Fan of the Game. I've got my Progressive bag here with my fan here, and this is Nicholas, who is absolutely ready for anything at this moment. Show off your glove. You've got your #1 foam finger. You've got your eye black, which is actually kind of bright. But who is your favorite baseball team, Nicholas?
Astros.
The Astros. Have you caught anything with your glove yet?
No.
Not yet. We're hoping for it, though, right?
Yes.
Who's your favorite player? You got a favorite player?
No.
He likes them all. He likes them all. Thank you so much, Nicholas. Here's your bag. Have a great time, Brownie.
Oh, he's a cute kid. Now Kevin Chapman, who made his major league debut last night, comes in at Oklahoma City. He was 1-2. His ERA was 3.20. Had a couple of saves there, 36 walks and 61 strikeouts in 50 2/3 innings.
And you can see left-handers were duly disciplined when they came to the plate.
And he had that nice debut last night. Struck out the only man he faced in the 8th inning. It was A.J. Pierzynski as he came in with a couple of men on base. Jurickson Profar will lead off the 7th inning. Profar has struck out both times. Very good night for Brad Peacock. 6 innings, 3 hits, 1 run, 4 walks, 5 strikeouts. Strike to Profar. And Chapman gets this second major league opportunity after earning the promotion from AAA Oklahoma City, taking over for Travis Blackley, who was designated for assignment. Broken bat. It rolls out to short. Elmore drops it, and safe at first. Profar. An error on Elmore, his 6th.
Yeah, not the way you'd like to start an inning. You don't want to walk anybody, and you certainly don't want to put somebody on with an error. Another routine play that ends up not so routine.
And now, as the Astros have made their 84th error of the year, Ron Washington will counter the move to the lefty Chapman by sending up a right-handed pinch hitter for David Murphy. Murphy was 0 for 1 with a walk. Craig Gentry is pinch hitting for him. Gentry at 245 has 1 homer. He's driven in 13. A very good glove man in center field. He was 0 for 2 and drove in a run in last night's start. Strike for Chapman. Chapman throws mostly fastballs and sliders.
Matt Dominguez has to be aware of bunt possibilities here. Gentry, not a great hitter, runs very well.
That's a tough run over those last 3 games for the bullpen. Outside for a 1-1 count. Astros bullpen has undergone many changes in the last few weeks. Gentry fouls it away. That makes it 1-2 for Kevin Chapman, who was traded by Kansas City to Houston early in the 2012 season for Humberto Quintero and Jason Bourgeois. Chapman was accompanied by another player in that trade. Kevin went to work last year for AA Corpus Christi. He was a 4th-round pick by Kansas City in 2010 from the University of Florida. He grew up in the state of Florida. Became the 11th player to make his debut this season in the majors. Fly ball to right. Hose coming over and in for the count. There's 1 out. Immediately Chapman is tested after the error on the slow roller, with the flying bat presenting no doubt a problem for Elmore on that error. But this is something Astros pitchers have had to deal with all season, working around the errors. 84 of them. Allowed 54 unearned runs. Leonis Martin has a single and a walk tonight in 3 trips. Tried to bunt his way on, and it's strike 1. He has 10 bunt hits to lead the American League.
A glance down to third base as if he was thinking about dropping that bunt on the third base side. Usually when a guy left-hander starts pulling out of the box that early, he's maybe thinking about bringing the ball with him on the first base side.
All the way. 0-2.
Now you talk about the defense and all the errors committed by the Astros this year, and there's a lot of work to be done, no doubt about it. And I imagine that it's a concerted effort that will go into this ball club as you head towards spring training next year about the defense. But then there's the bullpen issue, and then there's all the strikeouts for the offense. So there's a lot of work to be done.
Swing and a miss. Martin is down on strikes.
Chapman presents a tough angle for the left-hand hitters. That slider in the dirt still gets the weak swing. Castro backhanding the ball out of the dirt.
Chapman strikes out the leadoff man. Now it's Elvis Andrus. He has struck out all 3 times. Twice he's been caught looking. Andrus very unhappy with those 2 called third strikes in the 1st and 5th innings by home plate umpire Phil Cuzzy. So here's guessing he won't let that happen again.
Yeah, I think he left Cuzzy a little disturbed after that second strikeout looking in the 5th inning. And again, Andrus would be well advised to take some hacks.
He looks at that pitch, and it's ball 1 to Elvis. Elvis will turn 25 in a couple of weeks. He's from ball goes out of play, and it's a 1 ball, 1 strike count. There have been many fine Venezuelan shortstops down through the years. He is another good one. Luis Aparicio among them. Chico Carrascal. Omar Vizquel.
How about Davey Concepcion?
Yeah, 1 and 2. You know, some of us, even though Davey's kind of a borderline guy for Hall of Fame, he has some pretty strong credentials.
There's the high strike under the mask of Jason Castro, and generally in a good spot. Yeah, I don't know where I would stand in terms of Davey being a Hall of Famer. I think I do know where I'd stand, but nonetheless a very good player.
I'd love to see him get in. Fly ball left field, and this is headed for the seats in left field, and the Texas Rangers have a 2-run homer to tie it. After Elvis Andrus struck out the first 3 times, the count went to 1 and 2, and he hit his first home run of the season. That breaks the long home run drought for Elvis Andrus and ties the game at 3. What a time for him to hit number 1.
What a time is right. And you talked about the unearned runs this year. They're not just troubling, they are deadly. And in this case, exclamation point on the deadly. How about that all coming together? First home run of the year in an inning where that error starts the frame.
The first in 557 at bats. His last homer had come September 4th of last year at Kansas City. 135 games between homers. That one makes it Rangers 3, Astros 3. Lucas Harrell is coming in, and we'll be right back. Astros starting pitchers to earn wins. Several times they have left games with leads and yet come away with no decisions. It happens tonight with Brad Peacock, who gives up 1 run after 6 innings, leaves with a 3-1 lead. And now the Rangers have tied it, bringing in Lucas Harrell. He's 0-2 with a 7.43 earned run average.
And it has not gone well of late for Lucas Harrell. And that's your reason that he's in the bullpen. But while he's been in the bullpen, it has become even more disturbing at times.
Ian Kinsler first man up. Kinsler is 0 for 3. Harrell throws ball 1. Andrus, with his first home run of the season, now has driven in 38. That's a strike to even the count at 1-1. The 2 runs are unearned because of the error on Profar's grounder to open the inning, and then the next 2 men made outs. This liner goes to right field. L.J. Hose with the play to end the top of the 7th. Rangers tie it with 2 runs on 1 hit, 1 error, And it's 3-3. That have plenty of buzzworthy opinions and analysis. On Monday's show, the panel will be Jerome Solomon and Lance Zierlein. Guests will include Eric Young and Travis Johnson. Tune in to Sports Talk Live on Monday at 5 p.m. Kevin Eschenfelder. The seventh inning stretch time finds the Rangers fans stretching with a lot of happiness for their shortstop Elvis Andrus, who has tied the game with a 2-run homer. Astros fans hoping they can regroup now. Lucas Harrell getting Kinsler on the line drive to end the top of the seventh inning. Now, as they sing deep in the heart of Texas, it'll be Barnes, Elmore, and Grossman coming up in the bottom of the seventh inning. We have changes for the Rangers. Derek Holland out of the game. He gets a no decision tonight. Holland in 6 innings, allowing 6 hits, 3 runs. Jason Frazier taking over on the mound. Craig Gentry stays in after pinch hitting for David Murphy. Gentry's in left field. Frazier in 43 games, 2-2 with a 2.80 ERA.
This veteran right-hander has worked in more games for the Toronto Blue Jays than any other pitcher.
Gentry in left. Gives the Rangers excellent outfield coverage. Brandon Barnes is 0 for 2. He's already been robbed once by Leonis Martin in center. There's strike 1. Elmore on deck in a 3-3 game. Holland, 6 innings, 6 hits, 3 runs, 2 walks, 6 strikeouts. Line drive over shortstop into left center field. Gentry over to field it on a hop. Leadoff single for Barnes. Kevin Chapman in 2/3 of an inning, allowed 1 hit, 2 runs, no earned runs, no walks, 1 strikeout.
Jason Frazier, by the way, can be a little bit deliberate to the plate and might enable Bo Porter to utilize that running game now.
Rangers are looking for a bunt from Jake Elmore. Elmore has flied to right and popped to first. Bobby Grossman on deck. Beltre's in on the grass at third. Showing bunt, Elmore takes, and it's ball 1. Frazier's been in 4 games against the Astros this year. He's pitched scoreless ball in 3 of the 4. Third base coach Dave Tremblay has signed for the hitter and the base runner. Frazier just turned 36 yesterday. He's from Chicago, went to Southern Illinois University. The toss goes over. Barnes has 9 steals in 16 tries. Catcher A.J. Brzezinski's thrown out 37%. Bunted. And the third baseman Beltre throws to the second baseman Kinsler on the sacrifice. Elmore gets it down. Barnes to second, out number 1.
Elmore, nice job with the bunt. Being the 9-hitter in the order, I think that probably locked in the shot at the bunt.
Brad Peacock threw 102 pitches, 58 for strikes. Garrett Holland threw 106 pitches, 66 for strikes. Now it's Robbie Grossman. He's 1 for 3. Robbie singled in the 3rd inning. And now the switch hitter will try the left side for the first time tonight. At 229 as a left-handed batter. He has all 3 of his homers from this left-handed side in all the last couple of weeks. And all were really legitimate long balls. Robbie has been stinging the ball from this side of the plate.
He's already got himself a plaque in Baltimore out on Utah Street. How about that? His first major league bomb.
First Astros since Lance Berkman. Towering pop. Andrews coming in. 2 outs.
Robbie Grossman, we've talked about the swings he's been employing from the left side of the plate. And I think you see, despite the fact that he pops out right here, that he gets a heck of a swing on this fastball. That was the swing that has been enabling him to hit the home runs. He just simply misses it. That's the way you want to go up to the plate, get your hacks.
L.J. Hose is 0 for 3. Barnes at second base. Hose trying for a big 2-out delivery. This Ranger bullpen is sturdy with a 3.04 ERA, 4th best among American League bullpens. 23 wins and 12 losses for the Rangers relievers. And they have only 6 blown saves. That's the lowest figure in the American League. Brzezinski and Fraser talking it over here. Fraser's been dropping his ERA over the last 23 games. It's been 2.11. 12:30 tomorrow, Astros and Rangers pregame live here on CSN Houston. And the matchup will be lefties Dallas Keuchel and Martin Perez. Barnes after the leadoff single on at second. Checking around to see where Kinsler's playing. That is strike 1 call to Hose. Padres 3, Reds 1, top of the 9th at Cincinnati. Max Venable hit his 15th home run. Will Venable, rather. Max was his father.
And is no longer hitting home runs. No. To our knowledge.
Way inside. 1-1. Mariners finally getting started after that pregame delay for some sort of ceremony. With Iwakuma on the mound for Seattle. Cardinals 4, Cubs 2, top of the 8th at St. Louis. And Holiday hit his 14th homer. Mets 2, Diamondbacks nothing, top of the 6th in Arizona. Brandon McCarthy going for Arizona. Tigers ripped the Yankees 9-3 at Yankee Stadium. Another home run for Miguel Cabrera, number 35. In the dirt. 2-1.
Don't get comfy, Chris Davis.
No, sir. You might have some company. Anibal Sanchez, the winner for Detroit. He goes to 10-7, beating Phil Hughes. He is 4-11. Check on what A-Rod did.
Anibal Sanchez back healthy in that rotation now for the Tigers. Makes them just filthy in terms of the starting pitching.
Barnes was wandering over toward third. They throw back behind him. Well, we're hearing that tonight Ken Griffey Jr. was honored in Seattle. He went into the Mariners Hall of Fame. So that's the reason for the delay. Of course, they couldn't let him leave the field after all of his accomplishments for that franchise over the years.
I read where he was rather nervous about that occasion that was upcoming.
Was?
Well, you know, the article that I read said he was uncomfortable about being the center of attention and maybe having to speak. And
okay.
I don't know. You know, I think he was the center of attention a few times along the way.
Well, yeah. But hey, he's speaking before probably a full house. It's enough to make a guy nervous.
One of the greats.
No doubt. Swing by Hose. And it's 3-2. Frazier busted it by him.
High cheese. And sometimes that mouse can't lay off. I like the swings Hose has been getting of late.
He'd love to put a good one on a 3-2 pitch here and give the Astros the lead again. They led 2-0 and 3-1. Fouls it back. Now this bullpen is well stocked for Ron Washington. Neil Cox got the save last night. Their closer is Joe Nathan. Tanner Sheppers set up men along with Cox. Frazier with all that experience you talked about. They have Joaquin Soria, former closer for Kansas City, in their pen, and others. Barnes takes off for third, and he'll steal it on ball 4. 10th steal for Barnes without a play there, and it's first and third for Altuve now.
Adrian Beltre at third base didn't break at all. They were staying in position. They were not going to move on the infield. And I would say, had Beltre broken, I don't know, Pierzynski might have had a shot at third base.
Mike Maddox almost always puts his left hand up on the pitcher's collarbone area.
And I noticed Derek Holland, who had Maddox come out last inning, did kind of a shoulder shrug as if to say, get your hand off my shoulder. And I played with some pitchers who would not have taken kindly to that.
Okay.
Like, you know, it's intended to be kindly, maybe fatherly, your uncle giving you the conversation you need. But some guys don't want it to look like that, like I'm the kid here and dad is imparting to me.
Okay.
And Nolan would not have been somebody who was overly welcoming of that.
I don't believe Mike would have attempted that with him.
Probably not. Probably may I step on the dirt portion of the mound would have been coming out. And the answer may not have always been yes.
Jose Altuve doubled in a run in the third. That made it 1-0. He struck out looking in the first and then drew a walk and scored in the 6th inning. Strike one. Hose took a couple steps towards second base that time, then he reversed course. Some pitching coaches probably got a glare when they neared the baseline and turned around and went back when Nolan was pitching.
I want to tell you, I got rejected a time or two.
256 with 2 outs and men in scoring position. Fouls it back, and it's 0-2 for Altuve.
There were times when Nolan knew the catcher was being sent to the mound by command of the bench, the manager, and he would just glare at you and let you know in no uncertain terms it would be wise that you not enter his kingdom.
Did that have an effect?
It did on me. This mere surf was not willing to get chained up.
Runner goes, and no throw.
Yeah, after watching Beltre not break when Barnes took off, it's pretty likely the Rangers were not going to move here either.
That'll be the 3rd steal for Hose this year, 3 for 3. Pierzynski has thrown out 20% for the year. I gave the wrong number earlier.
Pierzynski will be glad to hear about it, though.
That one's in the dirt. It gets by. Barnes coming in, and the Astros grab the lead 4-3 on a wild pitch, with Holmes taking third. A steal of third by Barnes, putting him in position to score on the wild pitch.
You know, I talk about this a lot, but this was not a good effort at all by A.J. Pierzynski. He called the breaking ball. Here it comes. And all we're going to do is just slide out and try to backhand it. That's just not ideal. Not by any stretch of the imagination. And the Astros take advantage.
So one strike away from ending the inning. Frazier wild pitches home the go-ahead run on 1-2 to get it to 2-2. Now Altuve with a broken bat. Foul ball. It's been after the leadoff single by Barnes. Small ball for Bo Porter. Sacrifice bunt by Elmore getting him to second. Then Barnes on ball 4 to Hose stole third without a throw, and then scored on the wild pitch.
And again, I'll turn back to that one with Barnes stealing third. I think had Beltre been breaking toward the bag at third, and that call comes from the bench, but I think Pierzynski had a pretty good shot at the bag. So if you get a freebie, take a freebie.
Wild pitch was the second of the year for Frazier. Jason Castro's on deck. Out to the shortstop. Andrus on to first, and the Astros hustle their way to a run on one hit. They leave a man going to the 8th. Houston has the upper hand, 4-3. Up, it's brought to you by Chevron. Care for your car. The young lefty Martin Perez brings a 4-3 record, a 3.81 ERA into the game against Dallas Keuchel. He's 5-6 with a 4.96.
See, Perez since the All-Star break has been 1-1, but that ERA over the 5 mark.
Rangers have right-hander Joakim Soria warming up. Martin Perez, a 21-year-old lefty from Venezuela, will be facing the Astros for the first time tomorrow. Adrian Beltre leads it off here in the 8th inning. Beltre 0 for 2. Lucas Harrell delivers, and there's strike one for Harrell. Beltre has been driving in a lot of runs lately. In fact, he's on an RBI stretch right now. Rolls that one foul. He has a 7-game RBI streak. That's the longest in the American League and tied for second longest in the majors this year. Paul Goldschmidt of Arizona drove in runs in 8 games in a row.
His fastball runs in on the hands, ties him up, and Then for good measure, he goes ahead and hits it off the back leg.
There's Wallace positioned perfectly well off the line. On to Harrell. He was far off the line. 1 out.
Watch Lucas Harrell bust toward the bag, and that's always crucial on that play.
Clark is positioning the outfielders. Wallace was in exactly the right spot for that Beltre grounder. Now it's Pierzynski. He homered in the 6th inning for the first Ranger run. He's 1 for 3. Foul ball for Lucas Harrell. Strike 1. Lucas has lost his last 2 appearances. Lost in Minnesota over the weekend. Came in with a 4-3 lead in the 7th inning. Gave up 3 runs in 2 innings in a 6-4 loss. And he lost to start at Baltimore 4-3 to Wei-Yin Chen. 1 ball, 1 strike. He had been in the rotation, of course, as you know. And his first start here of the season was against Texas. A very good game for him. He gave up 1 run in 6 innings, but the Astros lost it 7-0. Bounces up there for a ball to Pierzynski, and it's 2-1.
Lucas Harrell says, my bat on that pitch, and Jason Castro says, well, I wasn't going to take credit for it, that's for certain.
Harrell with 5 wins and 12 losses and a 5.37 ERA is pitching for the 6th time in relief. Bounces that one for ball 3. It's 3-1. Harrell in 122 1/3 innings has walked 70. And that's the high walk figure in the American League. He struck out 73. Center field. Barnes way back. This one, as he looks up, will have a lot of carry to it, and it's off the wall and remains in play. Pierzynski in with an opposite field double. Almost hit it out for his 2nd home run in as many at bats, and he winds up with double number 15.
Ball awfully close to getting out of here, and Lucas Harrell falls behind 3-1, not even close with 3 straight pitches. So what are you going to look for as a hitter? You're going to look fastball, get one right down the middle, and try to put the barrel on it. I think Pierzynski thought he got enough to get out, and was just jogging it into second base.
And he will leave for a pinch runner now. Washington goes to his bench. Angel Beltre is that pinch runner. Alex Rios is the batter. He's 1 for 2 with a walk. Pierzynski leaves 2 for 4 tonight. Harrell throws, and it's ball 1. Astros relievers looking to turn the tide coming into this game. The Astros bullpen had 10 wins, 29 losses, an ERA of 5.40. Kevin Chapman gave up a 2-run homer to Andrews after the opening error in that inning, so both the runs he allowed were not earned. Last night the Rangers scored 7 runs against the Astros relief corps in the last 3 innings. 6 of those runs were charged to the bullpen, actually. 1 was the starter's run. 2 balls, no strikes. It's 3-0 to Rios.
It's hard to figure what's happened with Lucas Harrell and that inability to stay in the strike zone. A sinker ball pitcher, a guy who had solid success a year ago for the Astros.
He was 11-11 last year for Houston. It's out into center field. Barnes in for it. Barnes diving. It gets behind him. The tying run scores 4-4. Picked up by Hose. On his way to third. Here's Rios without a throw. Barnes laid out for it. It got by him. And Rios wound up at third. It's 4-4.
Ultimately not a wise choice by Brandon Barnes in center field with the diving effort, but he's been successful so many times this year trying to be aggressive behind Lucas Harrell, who once again a second straight hitter. He has to come in with a fastball right through the heart of the plate after missing a few times, and it costs again.
Rios will wind up with his third triple of the year. Barnes really in desperation trying to make that catch. Doug Brocail goes out.
I think that's a perfect word. I think desperation to try to help this ball club win a ball game.
Well, you know there's a lot of frustration for these players, and as you described, he just really wanted to make that play in the worst way.
But Alex Rios brings that ability to drive the baseball, to run well. And I think he's going to be a nice replacement for the Texas Rangers here for the final portion of the season.
Now the infield is in. Mitch Moreland, the batter. Moreland 0 for 2 with a walk. Profar's on deck. Runner at third, one out. Moreland has not gotten the ball out of the infield tonight. Dirt, ball one.
Nice play by Castro. That's the effort you look for anytime there's a man on base or two strikes on a hitter and a breaking ball is called.
A lot of Rangers fans chanting tonight. Now Astros fans are answering now. 1-1. Harrell, 28 years old, from Springfield, Missouri.
Isn't that the home of Bill Burton?
It is.
Maybe we need to call on Bill. He can get anything straightened out.
2-1. You bet he can. I think they honored Bill last year in the Missouri Sports Hall of Fame, which is there in Springfield. Don't know if they had a statue of him or what in particular it was they honored him with, but they honored him.
Bill and Shirley Burton, I want to tell you, some great people.
Yes. Bouncer on a hop. Here's Altuve throwing home, and the tag. The ball gets loose, and the run scores. And now here's a play at second. Castro throwing to Elmore, and out. Moreland, but the Rangers get the run home to take the lead, 5-4. Altuve threw home. Castro had it. The slide of Rios had popped out of his mitt, and it's 5-4 Texas.
It happens. Jose Altuve gives a perfect throw up where Castro doesn't have to go down and make a tough play. But that contact at home plate gets the ball out of the catcher's mitt. You know on contact they're going to come in that scenario.
An error on Castro for dropping the throw from Altuve. Altuve credited with an assist on the play. And Rex Jones out to see if Castro's hurt. That hard slide home. It's a good job by Altuve, but with the forceful slide of Rios, that dislodged the ball from the mitt of Castro. Astros make their second error in as many innings.
Yeah, as a catcher, you ask for that throw to be up and nice and easy to handle. Jason Castro's upset at himself. Quality ball player. He knows where the blame lies, and it's happened to every catcher who's played.
5th error of the year for Castro. Moreland was thrown out then trying to go to second when the ball got away from Castro. So that out was recorded from 2 to 6 when he recovered and threw for the tag to Elmore. Profar the batter now. He looks at ball 1. Profar is 0 for 3, but he reached on the first error of the night. That was leading off the 7th inning. And then came around to score on the 2-run homer by Andrews. Now 2-0. The Astros just run into problem after problem this season. Bounce behind the base at first. Wallace takes it to the bag, and the Rangers come away with 2 runs on 2 hits, 1 error, and they lead it now 5-4.
MLB.com at bat is the #1 source for live baseball everywhere you go. Available for iPhone, iPad, Android, BlackBerry. 10 at bat delivers Astros baseball with live audio, pitch tracking, stats, news, highlights, and more. Text at bat to 31826 or visit Astros.com for details. Guys.
Thanks, Julia. 5-4, the Rangers lead. They go with the former closer for Kansas City, Joakim Soria. Soria missed all of last year with Tommy John surgery. He's come back from that in 10 games to have no decisions, a 3.86 ERA, and in 9 1/3 innings, allowing 6 hits. He's walked 5 and struck out 7.
Rather small sample, but good numbers against the hitters.
Giovanni Soto is the catcher. Jason Castro leads it off. Taking strike 1 from Soria. Castro has a pair of hits, and he reached on an error. Soria is from Monclova, Mexico. 29 years old. He signed as a free agent with the Dodgers in 01. They traded him to San Diego. Kansas City got him in the Rule 5 draft before the 07 season and used him 62 times that year. He posted 17 saves. He came back in 08 to get 42 saves and 45 opportunities for the Royals, and then had 30 more saves in 09. Setup man now for closer Joe Nathan. He has a 1-2 count on Castro. The Rangers bolstering their bullpen core with the addition of Soria through free agency last December. Have a guy with all kinds of late game experience now to work the 8th inning tonight, saving Nathan for the 9th. Soria has allowed 4 runs in his last 4 games, 3 2/3 innings. Dazzling with the off-speed stuff, and he gets a strikeout. As we promised earlier in the game, it's Miller time, brought to you by Miller Lite. Carter crushed a homer in the 4th.
He didn't miss any of this one either. And you can see how quick he was with the bat. He knew it right away. Everybody in the ballpark should have known it.
And now Carter comes up for the 4th time. He's not made an out tonight. Single, homer, walk. Fouls it back, strike 1. And into the radio booth with Steve Sparks making the play over in Astros radio. He quickly tossed it out to a kid. Sparky, the playmaker.
Never heard that last part tagged along with Sparky, but that's good.
He's been there before, very casual. That nice high-backed easy chair of his.
Always make it look like you've done it before.
Soria made his Ranger debut against the Astros in Texas July 7th. Pop-up. Moreland coming over to foul ground. 2 outs for Soria. And now Dominguez will come up. Jason Frazier could be the winning pitcher in 1 inning. He allowed 1 hit, 1 run, had 1 walk, and no strikeouts. Even though he gave up the go-ahead run to the Astros, then the Rangers backed him with the 2-run 8th. Dominguez hit a sac fly in the 6th inning. That would have made it 3-1 Houston, striking out twice. He looks at strike 1.
Pretty good fastball to hit right there.
See if he gets another one here. Soria may go off speed. 1-1. Soria with 160 career saves, has the most in history by a native of Mexico. Signed a 2-year contract. It's 1-2. Fastball going up on the board at 91 miles per hour. You know, we've seen so many closers the last few decades. Ash with excellent off-speed stuff. Trevor Hoffman certainly comes to mind. At a 91 mile per hour fastball, need not cause any worry, depending on what else he takes to the mound.
Command a big part of that. He's had a few seasons striking out more than innings pitched.
Slow roller, barehanded, but not accurately by Andrus, and Dominguez reaches. Andrus looking down at that right hand, which failed to make the play for him.
Now you can set it up 2 different ways, one on the bare hand side, one on the glove side, and that bare hand side is never quite as sure. And so the Astros take a gift here.
And we get a pinch runner at first for Dominguez, Jonathan Villar. So Villar, who's been out with the sprained left thumb, comes in to pinch run. And he's done well at stealing bases. He comes in with 2 outs in the inning. Villar has 10 steals and he's been caught 3 times. Red Wallace, the batter. That was hit number 8 with Dominguez getting credited with an infield single. Wallace has struck out twice and grounded into a double play. Just a leisurely toss over to first on Villar. Astros with Barnes stealing 3rd without a throw last inning, and Hose taking 2nd without a play. Now have 8 steals against the Rangers in the season series in 10 tries. Inside for a ball on Wallace. Chai-Jen Low is warming up for Houston. Alex Rodriguez did not play for the Yankees tonight in their 9-3 loss to the Tigers. Blue Jays this afternoon beat Oakland 5-4. Mark Burley going to 8-7. Sonny Gray. Wallace looks at that for a ball. 2-0 to Brett. Ash mentioned Josh Reddick had 2 more homers for Oakland, giving him 10 for the year, 5 in 2 games. Reyes and Bautista going deep for the winning Blue Jays. Bautista's hit 27. The A's are giving Rangers an opening to move into first by 1 game. Hotly contested AL West, which went right down to the final game last year with Oakland winning it. And certainly there's a lot of incentive to avoid finishing in that wild card spot, because that's only a 1-game playoff. And Texas lost that 1 playoff game last year. Tough to win the whole season in 1 game. Grounded foul.
You know, the Rangers had to spend some money to bring Alex Rios in at this stage of things. But you get 100+ games into a season and you've got a chance to win. That's where ball clubs go out and spend some money to make sure they have a shot, especially when they knew they were likely to lose Nelson Cruz. And they won't see him again the rest of the regular season.
Do you think they would possibly see him in the postseason?
Well, I left that open purposely because I think there's a chance, and I think a lot of that may depend on how Alex Rios plays and how impactful he is to, at least from the Texas Rangers perspective, get them into postseason play.
3-1 now. Last year the Giants chose not to take Melky Cabrera back after he served his suspension. Brandon Barnes is on deck. Kinsler's on the outfield grass at second. Ball 4 to Wallace, and now after 2 outs, 2 are on with Barnes coming up. There'll be a visit at the mound. Maddox on his way. Ron Washington is the all-time winningest Texas Ranger manager now, moving into the top spot this year, and also has the best winning percentage among those who have managed for any decent period of time in Rangers history. Very well liked by his players. That's the 4th walk for Ranger pitching tonight.
Yeah, this looks like quite a conversation. Mike Maddox is trying to impart upon his pitcher and catcher. I've been to the mound many a time where you get something useful said, but the vast majority of times it's just about trying to slow down, relax a minute, take a breather, and let's see if we can pick it up where you were a moment ago. And I think ultimately that's what a pitching coach tries to do, is just provide a little bit of time and settle a guy down.
Soria still trying to get back in the mix after missing all of last year. Brandon Barnes singled and came around to score in the 7th inning. He was robbed by a great Martin catch earlier. Strike to Barnes. Elmore on deck. Throw back to second. VR went back in head first. That's how he hurt his left thumb, going in head first at third base, trying to steal.
Jonathan VR is nothing if not aggressive. And he was going to try to see if he could pick a 90-footer right there.
Life is not dull with Jonathan on base.
No, sir. He was going to try to time that throw. Soto, the catcher, has a little bit of what appears to be the thing, and he struggles throwing back to the mound. And it looked like VR was going to try to catch him just as the ball came out of the hand. And Soto somehow held on.
Well, sometimes the catchers who have those major throwing difficulties will just kind of lob the ball back to the pitcher.
And that's what Soto does. And he's got kind of a delay before the ball comes out of the hand. It's not your typical throwing motion by any stretch of the imagination.
2 outs in the inning, so VR would have to be absolutely certain he can make it. Baseball terminology before taking off for third. Off the end of the bat, it goes back into the seats. 1-2. Soria looking right out at VR now. Ball again by Barnes.
This breaking ball nowhere near the strike zone, and yet Brandon Barnes wanting to make sure he doesn't get rung up.
VR the pinch runner for Dominguez at second. Wallace at first, 2 outs. That's high for ball 2.
See Soto, he almost falls over as he makes that throw eventually from the right knee, which is really kind of the odd positioning. But see some of the catchers through the years that come up with the throwing thing, and it'll look a lot like this.
Barnes flicks one foul. Bobby Ross, the left-hander's getting loose for Texas. Takes off for third, and there's a strikeout to end it. And it's no runs a hit, 2 men stranded. After 8, Texas has the lead on Houston. We move to the 9th. It's 5-4 Rangers. Is brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com. By Progressive. Visit progressive.com today. And by Mitsubishi. Find your own lane during the Mitsubishi Motors 2013 Summer Sales Event. Visit MitsubishiCars.com. We move to the 9th inning. Changes for Bull Porter include Jake Elmore moving from shortstop to third base. Pitch runner for Matt Dominguez. Jonathan VR stays in to play shortstop. Rangers come up in the 9th inning with the 9-1-2 man in the lineup. Batting against Lucas Harrell. Joe Nathan warming up, the closer for Texas. Craig Gentry first up here. Gentry pinch hitting for David Murphy, hit a fly ball to right in the 7th. 1 from Harrell. Harrell came in the 7th inning with 2 outs and retired Ian Kinsler. Then he gave up 2 runs on 2 hits with an error in the 8th inning. Of those 2 runs, 1 earned. Off the foot of Harrell, that slows it down. VR cannot make the bare hand play. Broken bat single for Gentry.
Ball hit right back to the mound, and that hits the foot of Lucas Harrell. Makes things awfully difficult for VR. He was going to try to make the do or die play. See how fast he is. He started to his left and then still came on. Very gifted player.
Really is. Pinball type single for Gentry. That's hit number 7 for the Rangers. Martin, the batter, he puts down a bunt. Harrell going to Wallace on the sacrifice. 1 out on the 1-3 play. Andrews will follow. Andrews hit the big home run for Texas. Brzezinski with a solo shot in the 6th, and the Astros at the time led 2-0. And then Andrews a 2-run shot in the 7th inning that tied it at 3. Connected off Kevin Chapman. Both those runs unearned. An 8th inning run unearned as well. So 3 unearned runs have gone into Texas' 5-4 lead. Andrews struck out 3 times before hitting the homer. Ball 1 from Harrell. The Astros in the home 9th have Elmore, Grossman, and Hose due to bat. Is in the dirt. 2 balls, no strikes. Harrell this year is 1-1 against the Rangers with a 4.91 ERA in 2 games. Lifetime 1-3 with a .610 earned run average against Texas. Gentry breaks for third. Throw behind him. The tag by Altuve. He's safe. Well, you couldn't have done it much better than Lucas Harrell. Got that throw quickly back to Altuve, but Gentry was able to get back into second.
Harrell is really good in this regard. If you get him a double play possibility and a ball hit back to the hill, he gets it done right. And right here, again, as you say, that was a very quick and perfect effort toward the bag at second. Just too much quickness from Gentry.
Very unusual for a right-handed pitcher to be able to make that kind of a move. That takes some talent, but it's a lot quicker. 2 balls and a strike. Turned back to his right.
Put it right on the money, and Lucas thinks he gets his man. Watch his reaction.
Yeah. That's all arm on that throw.
Yep.
Not stepping toward the target. Stepping back with the right foot. Just turning the body and whipping a throw to second. Gentry might remember that move. Ground ball to second to Hopper. Altuve over to Wallace. 2 outs. Andrews advancing the runner Gentry to third for Ian Kinsler. For Harrell, of course, quite a different story now than when he was in the rotation, pitching every 5th day or so. Now just pitching as needed out of the bullpen. There might be several days between appearances. There might be a long relief stint, or it could be coming in with men on base for an opportunity to get 1 or 2 outs. Last year, Lucas made 32 starts, and he did not pitch in relief. Had 12 major league relief appearances coming into this season. Kinsler's 0 for 4. Looking at ball 1.
Did Lucas a year ago have these stints where he would miss the strike zone badly numerous times?
No.
And that's what I saw back in spring training. He was right there working at the plate, and He's gotten into this rut where he just misses badly.
VR goes to first, and it's no runs, a hit, a man left. Now the Rangers will call on Joe Nathan, leading 5-4 with the Houston ninth ahead. Of the ninth is a moment away. Stay tuned for Astros Postgame Live, presented by MD Anderson, making cancer history. Joe Nathan will be pitcher number 4 for Ron Washington tonight. Rangers leading it. They're going for their 6th win in a row, and they're going for a 1-game lead over Oakland in the American League West. Joe Nathan has been an outstanding closer this year. He adds to the legend of Joe Nathan with 33 saves and 35 opportunities.
Guy that's had his injuries along the way, but fully recovered. It would certainly appear. Opposition hitters hitting 161. That's a tough 9th inning.
In 45 2/3 innings, he's allowed 25 hits. And in saves with 33, he ranks behind Jim Johnson, Craig Kimbrell, and Mariano Rivera. Joe, 38 years old. Jake Elmore leads it off in the home 9th inning. He's 0 for 2 with a sac bunt. Nathan delivers, and there's strike 1 at 92. Nathan has appeared 4 times against the Astros. He has 3 saves, and in the other one, he closed out a 4-0 win. More than 300 career saves for Joe. That's lined out to left field. Gentry over. 1 out. Pretty good swing by Elmore.
Jake Elmore can swing it. There's no doubt. I see him as a guy who can sting it around the ballpark, get your singles and doubles. Utility type player, and sometimes those guys can stick around a long time.
Robbie Grossman is 1 for 4. LJ Ho's on deck. That's ball 1 with Beltre on the grass at third base. Rangers are 18-10 in 1-run decisions. Astros 14-21. 2 balls, no strikes for Nathan, who has converted 17 of his last 18 save tries. His save percentage this year, 94.3%, is the 2nd highest in the American League. He was born in Houston. Which is high, is 3-0. Joe went to Stony Brook University. At the time, it was a Division III college in New York. Now it's a Division I school. He donated $500,000, and they renamed the baseball field Joe Nathan Field. That's a 4-pitch walk for Robbie Grossman. Fifth walk for Ranger pitching tonight. L.J. Hose will be the batter. He's 0 for 3 with a walk.
That is not Joe Nathan's style.
Joe, an all-star this year after 37 saves and 40 tries last year. Very high percentage closer. He signed a 2-year deal with the Rangers prior to last season. Altuve on deck as Hose is the batter. Runner going, and it's a foul ball.
How about that? 1 out in the 9th inning, and play a little of what I believe is hit and run baseball with Hose.
That's impressive baseball.
And the Texas Rangers maybe made a big mistake right there, having Kinsler, the second baseman, covering as Hose, from what we've seen so far, an opposite field hitter.
That would leave an even bigger hole for him to hit the ball through the right side with the second baseman vacating his position. Now a throw goes over. Nathan, in his career, as you see, Grossman 6 for 10 in steals this year. Nathan is 7 for 8 in career saves against Houston. It's 0-2 to Hose now. Nathan was a starting pitcher when he came up with the San Francisco Giants. His first major league season was '99. They traded him to the Twins for A.J. Pierzynski. Now his battery mate, but not tonight. Soto's behind the plate at the moment. Pierzynski out of the game. And a quick throw goes over on Grossman. Astros stole bases in the 7th. They stole 2 of them. Barnes taking 3rd. Hose stealing 2nd. Grossman was going earlier on a foul ball. 5-7-1 for Texas. 4-8-2 for Houston. Each club has stranded 7 runners tonight. Game 2 of a 4-game series. Texas won the opener last night. Foul back. The Rangers have certainly had their way with the Astros this year. They're 8-2 against Houston. And they've continued that against the other clubs in the division. They're 34-14 against the American League West. Nathan missed 2010 with Tommy John surgery. Outside. 1-2. Dave Tremblay relaying those signs in a 1-run game in the 9th. Fly ball to right field. Rios coming in. 2 outs for Nathan.
Well, if you're willing to run with 1 out, are you also willing to run with 2 outs and see if you can make it a 1-base hit tie here in the inning? Of course, it wasn't, I don't believe, a straight steal for Robbie Grossman, so it becomes a different ploy here if you decide to send him.
Well, Altuve 1 for 3 tonight, an RBI double. And being one of the Astros' top hitters, they certainly want him to swing the bat, so they would want to feel that there wasn't much risk involved.
But he is primarily a singles-doubles hitter, and obviously the 90 feet in front of Robbie Grossman would be a key 90 feet if you could get it.
Yes. Castro's on deck. But you're right. If the team batting has a chance to get it down to 1 hit to tie the game instead of 2, that's a big difference. Fly ball out to right center field. Rios backing. Rios way back to the warning track for the final out. And Joe Nathan picks up his 34th save on a deep drive by Altuve. So here in the 9th inning, Nathan puts out the lights on the Astros, who have lost 4 in a row now. And the Rangers are alone in first by 1 game in front of Oakland. They've won 6 in a row. And they win it tonight and come from behind fashion again, 5-4.